Hey folks, welcome to the .NET Summit for September of 2023. Today we've got Joe and Kevin to kick us off. Welcome.
Thank you. That was a very interesting countdown. You went 1, 2, 3 instead of 3, 2, 1. I was confused for a second. Oh, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. Sorry for the delay. This being my first .NET Foundation Summit. Apparently I forgot a thing or two to kick off the site, so we had to do some last minute pushes to prod to get the YouTube stream going. But we're here now, and I'm joined with current vice president or vice chairperson. We don't really have official titles, but he's the quote unquote.
I accept vice president supreme. Whatever you want to call me.
Just got the vice president supreme overlord.
Don't call me Shirley. Yeah.
Cool. Kevin and I had known each other for quite a long time. We were part of quite a few community events together, as well as some community groups, like one that started when .NET first started 20 some odd years ago at INETA, the International .NET Association, I believe it was called. So we did a lot of work then for Microsoft and .NET, and now we're continuing with it going forward. So got a little bit of a hopefully quickish presentation for you around the .NET Foundation, what we're working on, and what we are planning on for the future, some of the history. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Nicole, can you bring in the screen? You're muted.
I was trying to, but it looks like your presentation disappeared from the screen.
Oh, someone took me out of presentation mode.
There we go.
Hit stop sharing instead of hide. My bad. Okay, cool. So let's talk about the .NET Foundation. So it was established back in 2014, basically when Roslyn.NET was released and the open source compiler. Since then, we've added over 100 member products. We have corporate sponsors. Currently, right now, it's Microsoft, AWS, Telerik, DigiCert, VMware, Volosoft, NGen, and Avante. And by the way, we're looking for more, which you'll see more later. The board consists of 7 people. One person is appointed by Microsoft currently. Rich Lander will go more into the board a little bit later. The only rule is that no one company can have 2 seats on the board. Some of the services we provide to projects, which we'll go into more detail. We support some IT legal support, certificates for HTTPS, as well as code signing, some DevOps support, hosting, provide some back office stuff like Microsoft Office for that, Slack, and password. We'll talk about the communities in a little bit. You can find out more about the membership at .NET Foundation/member. So let's talk about the .NET ecosystem. We have, as you know, .NET works on Windows, Mac, Mono, Xamarin, as well as Android, iOS, and Linux. And here's just a sampling of some of the projects that are under the foundation. I said a sampling because it's not all of them. We add new ones every month, and the slide would just get way too busy. You can find out more about our projects at .NET Foundation/projects. So what do we do? The .NET Foundation is about fostering a vibrant .NET community. We do that through a couple of different things. One is practices. Through governance, feedback, mentorship, and coordination, we try to help other groups that are interested in .NET or interested in educating others. We try to help them by providing them resources, things like Meetup or mailing lists. We blog about open source practices. We try to help with setting policies and helping others with policy, plus coordinate with other groups. If certain groups need access to other groups or want to have some connections directly with Microsoft, we try to help with that. We also help with visibility. Again, that goes through our newsletter as well as the .NET Foundation site, our GitHub repos, and our Twitter, Facebook, and social media. Oh. Sorry about that. One of our speakers is joining. We also hold events like this as well as other events for the community. We provide support for the .NET ecosystem through some of our project services, things like Azure subscriptions, code signing, the certificates. We provide meetups, provide sponsorships through swag. We provide .NET merchandise, shoelaces, belts, stickers, you name it, we probably have it, as well as working more so in education, trying to get more people aware of what .NET is. And then we try to help protect projects through legal and IP support, as well as CLAs, copyright, and trademarks. This one area we're trying to expand a little bit, but it's kind of hard with being such a small body of people right now. Let's talk about how it's possible. It's not really possible without some of our sponsors. And here's our current sponsors for this year. We have AWS, Telerik, DigiCert, Microsoft, VMware, Volosoft, Engine, and Avedon. So thank you very much for donating time, money, and people to help the .NET Foundation grow. This is our current board of directors elected by the members of .NET. We have Iris Klassen, currently chair of sponsorship, Mitch Sellers, who's currently our treasurer, Jessica Brettenall, formerly Jessica White, who is the char, apparently, of membership. My spelling stinks sometimes. Myself, president, chair of the outreach committee, Glenn Watson, chair of projects, Kevin Griffin, my co-host, sitting over right there, currently vice president, and our representative from Microsoft, Rich Lander. So these are our committees we currently have, and we're always looking at tweaking these a little bit. Right now, we're kind of looking at potentially combining some of the committees to kind of focus our efforts. We have, in no particular order, the projects committee, which is responsible for onboarding governments, licensing, mentorships of our products. We have the outreach committee, which is responsible for things like the .NET Foundation Summit, community activities, meetup, and trying to help have a more diverse set of user groups within the .NET ecosystem. Then have membership, which is member support, benefits, responsible for handling the elections. We have marketing, which is responsible for public relations, events, web presence, social, and all the swag. We then have sponsorship, which is responsible for funding. We no longer do the technical steering committee, so we'll have to remove that from the slides. We have education, which is responsible for building out our curriculum and scholarships. Right now, we're currently working on revamping this committee a bit because it's kind of faded off for a little bit. And then we have our executive team, which is currently myself, Richard, and Kevin, that are responsible for some of the processes that happen behind the scenes. You can find out more about the different groups at github.com/.NET Foundation. One thing to note, we're kind of currently revamping the GitHub site as well as our project site to kind of add more information about what each committee does, as well as meeting times and meeting calendar invites. We're currently revisiting how we do meetings. whether or not we host them on Teams or something like Zoom or Discord or Slack. We've heard some feedback that our meetings seem to be very closed off, so we are trying to find a way to make them more open and discoverable. So some of the project services, like I mentioned, we provide IP and legal support through code signing, as well as doing business as registration, provide certificates through DigiCert for code signing, as well as HTTPS. Through Azure credits, you can get DevOps. You can get DevOps support through CI/CD, package feed, everything that Azure offers, as well as hosting, web service, DNS through Azure. And then we provide back office support for things like Office 365, Slack, and 1Password. We have over 320,000 members in the .NET Foundation through our meetups. There's over 283 groups in 55 countries. You can see more, or if you have a user group that uses Meetup and you want it to join the .NET Foundation sponsored meetups, you can find out more at meetup.com/pro/.net. We also do virtual user group support. You can get access to StreamYard for you to be able to stream, as well as add yourself to our meetup group. So why should you get involved? If you're like me, you want to help people a lot. So you can help make decisions. You can help partake in our discussions. Basically, we look for people that want to help grow, and not only grow themselves or Microsoft, but grow the community. We're always looking for people to help provide ideas, suggestions, or even just help do things like put on an event like this. We're also looking for people to help, drive new activities. We're trying to, as part of outreach, we're trying to look at ways to get into universities and colleges to try and tap into the younger generation, at least younger to me, to help start getting them excited about computer programming and stuff. You can also, if you're a member, you can vote on and/or run for the board of directors. You can read more about, the benefits of being a membership on our member page at .netfoundation.org/member. Sponsors, as I showed you before, we have currently 8 sponsors. With this being a nonprofit and not associated with Microsoft, outside of having Microsoft having one person on the board, we get no funding from anyone. We raise everything ourselves through those 8 sponsors. So we're always looking for more sponsors to help put on events like this, or to help sponsor user groups, or to help out with some of our initiatives like education, buying swag, that kind of stuff. So if you have an organization that's interested, please feel free to reach out to myself or anyone on the board, and we can talk to you about some of the benefits. So if you want to get involved, there are a couple different ways you can do it. There's the .NET Foundation/member. Basically, as long as you're in the field of technology, you can now join. We recently removed the membership fee for it, so anyone can join relatively easily. If you want to find a .NET meetup, you can go to meetup.com/pro.net. If you want to add your meetup, you can go to aks.ms/add.net meetup. Subscribe to our newsletter at DNF newsletter. You can contribute to a project at .NET project or .netfoundation.org/projects. And if you have a project that you want to submit to be part of the foundation, there's a submission page as well on our website. There's lots of different ways to connect with us. As you see on here, I'm not going to read them. You can take a screenshot, or these slides will be available after. That being said, it was a quick intro. I know we have another presenter scheduled in a half hour, but I will open it up to any questions that anyone might have for Kevin or myself. Got my screen share, pull Kevin and I back in, take a look at the comments on another screen. Oh, I forgot about the Discord. Good call, Kevin.
There's lots of conversation going on in there. Very little I pay attention to because it's Discord. But yeah, it's a good place for everyone to be.
Hello from the East. That's awesome. Kind of curious where the heart is, Wade.
He is in the heartland.
I assume so, but I wanted to make sure. Let me pull this over here so it doesn't look like I'm staring at the side. While we're waiting for any questions or comments, let's talk a little bit about like some of the stuff we're thinking about doing. Wichita, Kansas. Some of the stuff we're thinking about doing for the foundation, I kind of alluded to a little bit. We're trying to rethink how we do meetings. So the foundation is 7 or 8 years old now, and it's kind of been sort of, I don't want to say disarray, but we've done things so long. We've done things the same way for so long, and we started to lose touch of what we were actually doing and the services we were providing. So we're kind of taking a step back and looking at like, what benefits do we provide to the community? I talked about education, projects, membership, and things like that. Well, they're good things to have, but is there real benefit to doing it? So one of the things we as a board have started doing, at least last month, is taking a look back and checking out, ooh, hello, Indonesia. That's awesome. One of the things we started looking at is reevaluating each committee and whether or not their current mission makes sense, or should they have a new mission. So within the next couple of weeks, I think at our next board meeting, we're going to kind of reevaluate each committee and put together what their mission is in the mission statement, which leads us to our next thing, is kind of updating our presence. Right now, we're very disjointed. To be honest, we have a website that was converted over from GitHub through a partnership with Telerik and Sitefinity, built a brand new site, but it doesn't have a lot of the features that we had, or at least the ease of updating that we had with GitHub. So we have to open that up to allow more people to be able to edit. Our message is available in different spots. Sometimes we post it on things like StreamYard. Sometimes we post it in Slack. Sometimes we post it on Twitter/X. Sometimes it's on Facebook. Sometimes it's in the newsletter. If you look at our GitHub, it's some of the repos for our projects have been updated within the last week. Some have been updated within the last year. Some haven't been updated in 2 years. So we're trying to get a handle on a lot of our communication and how we spread the message. We spent the last year or so kind of cleaning up everything, quote unquote, behind the scenes with how we do things, how we handle sponsorship, how we handle funds and stuff. So now we're working on the public side of it and the things you see, which leads us to our next thing, the public aspect of it. We have heard feedback that a lot of our meetings are closed, or people don't know when we're meeting, or don't know what we're talking about, or don't know what we actually do, which is totally fair feedback and pretty accurate. So after we figure out all of our committees and what they do, we're updating all of our public presence, and we're going to start to focus in certain areas. And one of the things we're going to focus on is our meetings. We want to make all our meetings are generally public, with the exception of the executive committee, and I think the board meeting are private meetings. But outside of that, all the committee meetings are open and available for anyone to attend. The challenge we have is discoverability. People are having trouble finding where we are because, again, some of them are posted on GitHub, some of them are on Slack, some are on Discord. They're all over the place. So we're looking for a centralized place that can allow us to just do it. Right now, we use Teams for our meetings, and the way Teams is work, because we're in a Teams tenant, outside people need permissions to be added, so we have to manually add it, and it's a pain. So we're looking for something a little bit easier, something like a Discord or Slack, where we can just post out, here are our meetings here, join us if you want. We're going to try to schedule them at this point of the month, every whatever time. Am I missing anything, Kevin? I feel like I'm missing something.
Sounds good to me. I think anyone who's currently watching, maybe give some feedback in the chat where if you're interested in attending any of our meetings, any of our public meetings, would you prefer signing into Teams? Or would you prefer joining on something like Discord? Or do you just want to watch them on YouTube like you might be watching now? There's a lot of different ways we can do this. And what would be easier for you? But not Teams. I didn't say that.
You're muted, whatever you just said.
No, I was just talking so silently that the microphone didn't pick it up.
Yeah. And we want these meetings. They're rather informal. They do have agendas, but that's just to make sure things are covered. But we want them to be a two-way street. We don't want just the 7 of us to help decide. So Jeremy says, I don't mind Teams. I can see streaming on YouTube as an attractive option. The streaming is good, but it doesn't provide a more real-time way for people to interact. Like, it's good if it's going to be a fixed set of people, like right now, Kevin and I, but if we're having a real full-on meeting, YouTube doesn't help. It might be a good thing for our like the board meetings to stream them out, as opposed to just recording them and making them available afterwards.
You're muted, Nicole.
Welcome, Nicole. Step 1, unmute yourself.
I didn't want to interrupt. Thomas is ready if we want to start talking to him, and we can add him to the stage. Okay, here we go. Welcome, Thomas.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for being here. What is that red thing next to you? Can't tell if it's an LED, a heater, or maybe some new age beehive.
No, it's a clock made from some
one.
The other one. It's
the
a microphone.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I've never seen a microphone with the red LEDs on it. That's cool.
Yeah, it tries to be fancy.
Cool. Okay, well, if you're ready, we'll kick it off with you.
Okay, sure. So I don't know if people can see my screen. Oh, no, there it is. Great. So let me talk about .vvm, which is the project I has been working on for like 8 or 9 years. And basically, if you have never heard about .vvm, it's an open source framework which helps you build web applications for ASP.NET. And because the model view model pattern is typically more popular in the desktop or mobile development, but this is MVVM for web applications. And the idea behind the framework is that you are using just C# and HTML. So basically, the view is represented as an HTML markup, and the view model is just a C# class. And the framework can be used without the knowledge of JavaScript, which is today quite popular also with Blazor. .vvm had this since 2014, and still, if you know JavaScript, you can achieve much more from using .vvm. But if you don't know it, if you haven't started learning it, that's fine, because you can still use .vvm and build amazing applications with that. .vvm is developed on GitHub. You can see our pull requests. You can join the team. You can help us fix issues or implement new features. And we also make an extension for Visual Studio and for Visual Studio Code, because .vvm has its own syntax based on HTML. So we are not using Razor syntax or any other syntax from other frameworks on .NET. We have our own syntax. Of course, it's based on HTML. It has some special format of binding expressions and things like that. So that's why we have to build also the extension for Visual Studio, so you would have the syntax highlighting and IntelliSense and all those things. And .vvm can be used for two things. One thing is to build new web applications using this model view model approach. So if you like, for example, WPF or MAUI, and you like building apps with MVVM, just check .vvm, because you would be very familiar with this approach for web applications. And the other purpose of .vvm is that you can use this framework to modernize old legacy ASP.NET applications and move them to .NET 7. This is the trick. The trick is done basically because .vvm supports both old .NET framework and the new .NET 3, 5, 6, 7 version. And basically the NuGet package works with all these platforms, and the syntax of the pages and the view models is exactly the same. So you can use this framework to help yourself modernize your applications from .NET Framework to, for example, .NET 7. And that's what I will be showing today. So first you may ask, okay, I have a web forms application running on all .NET Framework, and .NET Framework is still supported. Why should I think about migration to the new version of .NET? So I see a lot of reasons to do that, actually. My favorite one is the performance optimizations, which is a great topic for every release of .NET. And basically every major version of .NET comes with a lot of performance improvements. So even if you don't change your code at all, it will run faster. Also, the new language features of C#, for example, static interface members, they require the new runtime. They will not work on the old .NET Framework branch. So that's also a reason to get the most of the C#. You need to be running on the newest version of .NET. The new .NET has plenty of new libraries and much more modern API. I love the dependency injection or the configuration API. It's much better than the old static configuration manager, and on the old .NET framework, I always needed some library for the dependency injection because there was nothing in the framework in the box. And on the new .NET, everything, all concepts like dependency injection and configuration and things like that, it's there, and it's also extensible. So if you don't like what ships with the framework, you can still take some library to extend this behavior, but it will work with the interfaces which are present in the .NET. Also, the new .NET has faster compile times than the old project system, and it behaves much better in Git because, like the old format of CSproj, it lists all the files in the repository. So if you are merging two branches, you will probably have conflicts in the CSproj file. On the new .NET, the merge conflicts in the CSproj file are quite rare. And of course, if you look at today how the web applications are typically hosted, a lot of people use Linux, a lot of people want to use containers, so the new .NET works with these platforms amazingly. So these are my favorite reasons to move your old applications to the new .NET, and in my company we have moved practically all applications from .NET Framework to the new .NET, so we can take advantage of these nice features. The problem of web forms is that it's hard to modernize these applications because this technology is not supported on the new .NET anymore, and the ASPX syntax is not similar to anything else which is supported there. So you would have to rewrite from web forms to MVC or from web forms to Blazor, but the syntax is really different. So basically you have to get rid of all the ASPX pages and replace them with something else. Even if you would be migrating to React or some JavaScript client-side framework, you would basically have to rewrite all the views, all the pages. Also, the web forms applications I have seen are also full of a bit old-fashioned concepts like the old ASP.NET web services. Sometimes they are heavily using WCF, which has a .NET, the new .NET alternative, the core WCF project, but still this is very tightly coupled with the rest of the application. Even the authentication is using very old methods which are not that much secure today, like the forms authentication, for example. And I have seen plenty of web forms applications which I would say they were not very well architected. I'm not trying to blame anyone. Everybody had started as a beginner, and I was learning programming in the web forms era too. So my first web applications were also not very well architected. The business logic was everywhere. Sometimes it was in the ASPX markup in the user interface layer. Sometimes it was in the DB or anywhere in between. And this is what actually complicates the modernization, because if all the business logic would be well separated in a separate class library, then the migration would be quite easy to do. If the business logic is everywhere, that's the problem, because now you have to move it, you have to refactor it, you have to make sure it will remain working while you are doing the migration. So this is what makes these migration projects a bit harder. On the other way, when you do it after a few months, you will be relieved. You will be able to use the new goodies from the .NET, and I think it pays off quite quickly. There are actually two ways of migrating old applications from web forms to the new .NET, and I have tried both ways in my company on our projects. The first method is heavily recommended everywhere. It's called side-by-side migration, and it's using YARP or some other reverse proxy. And basically, you will set up a second application. The new application will be running side by side the old one, and you would be transferring the things from the old application to the new one. This method is quite safe to do, because you can choose whichever framework you want to be the new version. But I have struggled with the initial setup of this solution, because you need to run 2 applications on the server, configure the proxy, and you have to deal with a lot of things. I will mention them a bit later. For the next project, we have tried using .vvm and do the migration in place. In the second method, you don't need the second application. Everything happens in the old application, and you are basically replacing the ASPX pages with their .vvm equivalents. And once you get rid of all ASPX pages, you will be able to change the target framework, because .vvm supports both old and the new .NET. This method, in my case, was a bit easier. So that's how this diagram worked. But of course, it really depends on what exactly is in your application, how it looks like, because if the business logic is well separated, then both ways of the migration would be really easy. If this would be, if the business logic would be everywhere, then each migration can take much more time. So the first way of the migration, the side-by-side, as I have said, you will create an empty ASP.NET Core application, and you will use YARP to basically redirect the traffic from the new application to the old one. So basically, you will set up your DNS so it would point to the new application, and it will just forward all the traffic to the old one. So the users will not notice anything. It will look still look the same. And the migration works that way, that you will just be taking parts of the old application and you would be rewriting them in the new application. And so if the new application will be able to process the requests, it will do it. If not, if it's the part which hasn't been migrated yet, it will forward the requests to the old application. And eventually you will take all the things from the old application and move it to the new one with the proper refactoring, with proper cleanup, and you will just be able to forget the old application and remove the YARP, because all requests would be already handled by the new application. In this way, you can choose any technology for building the new version of the app. It can be Blazor, it can be React, it can be, of course, .vvm, but you have much wider selection of options you can use. Before I go to the next slide, one problem I have found in this method, that when you have running 2 applications, you need to do quite a lot of work so these applications would communicate with each other. For example, we had authentication done in the old application. There was the forms authentication, and when the user signed in, the new application wasn't aware of that, because there was some authentication cookie, but the new ASP.NET Core doesn't know the format of the old authentication cookie used by web forms. So we had to make some kind of integration or use some external identity provider to be able to have shared single sign-on between these 2 applications. It was quite difficult to set up, and of course it's security, so you have to be extra careful to do it correctly, otherwise you would make your applications vulnerable. The other commonly used concept in the web forms application is the session, and also if you are transferring some parts of the old application and some parts are not migrated yet, the new parts will also need to be able to access the session. So you need to find a way how to store the session, for example, in a database or somewhere else. Things you will be putting in the database will have to be serializable. And given the fact that the new .NET treats binary serialization quite differently than the old .NET, it's also quite difficult. We had to serialize the things in the session in JSON and made sure that it will be able to, the other part would be able to parse everything correctly. There was also some caching involved, and once the new application started changing the data, it had to notify the old application that this piece of information was changed, so the cache had to be invalidated. Otherwise, the alt application would still be using the alt cached value, and it would create a very weird data concurrency issues. So these were the challenges we have faced when migrating the project by this way. If you set up the infrastructure correctly at the beginning, you will be able to work with that, but it took quite a lot of time. The in-place method, which is the second way of the migration, it proved to be a bit easier because the initial setup is just installing the NuGet package in the alt web forms application. .vvm is distributed as a NuGet package, so basically you will install .vvm.own package in your application and add a few configuration files which will set up the .vvm framework, and then you can start rewriting the pages. Yeah, so basically you will take ASPX page and convert the syntax from ASPX to the .vvm syntax. It's not 100% compatible. There are a lot of differences, but conceptually it's quite similar. And also you need to take the code behind files and refactor them in the C# view models. And again, there are some changes in the code, but it's just some small trivial changes, because in the MVVM approach, you are not using like text box component. You will not be referencing the concrete component by its name. You would just be working with some properties of the view model. So this way you will be able to remove all the ASPX pages and replace them. And during this process, which can take even weeks or months, because the applications can have hundreds of these pages, the application would still work because these both frameworks can work in the same process. And also .vvm view models can easily consume any business logic which is present in the applications because you are running in the same project. And after you get rid of all the web forms dependencies, all the dependencies on system.web, you will be able to change the target framework of the project to .NET 7, because .vvm package will still work with this version of .NET, and you will just need to replace the authentication and configuration with the new ASP.NET Core one, because the alt forms authentication will not work on ASP.NET Core anymore. So the last step is a bit more complicated. You have to do several things, but typically the authentication isn't everywhere in the application. There is typically one login page and one sign out button. So on these two places, you need to change the code a bit. And then in the startups, yes, you need to configure the authentication. So let's see how it works in the real world. I have a simple web forms application provided to me by my friend. His name is Michal Valášek. He's from the Czech Republic, same as me. And it's this application. It's a database of jokes. So you can open it. You can submit some kind of jokes. The jokes here were in the Czech language, so I used ChatGPT to generate a new one. They are not that funny, but at least they are in English, so people can understand them. And so you can browse this application. There is some kind of paging functionality. There is some list of categories of the jokes, and you can, of course, add your own jokes. There is also authentication. There is a login page, so you can sign in and you can approve jokes submitted by the community and things like that. The application is not really big because as a demo, you don't want to show the modernization on an application which has 200 pages. It would be quite a long demo, but this has something like 4 or 5 pages. So if I look in this Visual Studio, you can see there is like 4 pages and 1 master page. There are some scripts, including the scripts from the web forms era, some kind of CSS styles, and there are some handlers. One handler is providing RSS feed with the list of the jokes in this XML format. So this is also generating some XML, and there is also some handler which is providing the list of tags, because there is some jQuery UI autocomplete component which needs the list of the options in this format. So this is the web forms application, and you can see it's targeting .NET 4.7.2. If you would want to use the first way of the migration, the side-by-side migration, there is a nice extension called .NET Migration Assistant. You can try it. You can just right-click the project and select Upgrade, and it will guide you through the entire process. So it will create the ASP.NET Core application for you. It will set up the reverse proxy, and then you have to do all the migration, but you have at least prepared this project. If you want to use the .vvm in-place migration, first thing you need to do is to install .vvm extension for Visual Studio. So if you go to Extensions and Manage Extensions and search for .vvm, you will be able to find this .vvm for Visual Studio. We also have a version for VS 2019, but I recommend this one. And please update the Visual Studio to the latest updates, because this extension is always tested with the latest release of the Visual Studio. Yeah. So if you install this extension, you will get this new option in Web Forms project, which is called add.vvm. And it will tell you what it's going to do with your project. So install few NuGet packages, add some startup CS file, add some GUID in the CS proj. This is because we want some extensions in this Solution Explorer, so it needs to edit the CS proj, and it will add some views and view models folders. So if I confirm it, it will start installing .vvm NuGet packages with a few dependencies. We are using .NET Standard, so it's adding some packages which are part of .NET Standard. And this error just tells me that I have already the views and view models folder on my disk, so it's not able to create them, but never mind, these folders were already there. So this is what happened. And now if you look in this packages config, it added this .vvm.owen package. And if I would just add a .vvm page here and run the project, you would see that these two technologies are running side by side. So in the Web Forms project, I can use .vvm pages. So I could create this, for example, this login page, login.html, and it would create a view model for me also. And when I would run this application, you would see that this login page in .vvm took precedence before this page in Web Forms. So if you name the page the same way, it will basically hide the Web Forms page. I will not do it now because I have another demo where you will see the entire process. So let's continue. Once you add .vvm packages in your project, you will want to start by migrating the master page, because typically Web Forms applications have some master page or maybe a hierarchy of master pages. So it's a good idea to start with this. And I would be using the same CSS styles, so the user would not notice if it's the old page or the new page, because they would look the same way. They would be using the same structure, same CSS. So the first thing you need to do is to migrate the master page. So you would just create a master page, copy paste the markup, and make the necessary changes so it would work with .vvm. Let's try that. We have a tool on our website which is called ASPX Converter, and you can start with that. So if I open this and paste ASPX markup here, it will try to suggest me what I should change so this markup would work in .vvm. So let's do that. Let's take this login page, for example, and paste the markup here. And I can click on continue, and it analyzed this page, and it's showing me some kind of suggestions. So for example, there is this ASP content control. And in .vvm, the control is named DOT content. So I can click on apply, and it will change it for me in this markup. The other change, for example, is that in .vvm, we don't need this runit equals server attributes. There is plenty of them. So I can just click on apply all, and it will remove all of them. Then we have text box control in this old ASP.NET syntax. And in .vvm, we have a similar control, but it has different prefix. So let's click on apply all fixes. And you can see it changed this prefix to DOT. And also, because we are using MVVM, it also added this data binding, because every text box in .vvm has to be bound to some property in the view model. And if you click on this step 3, you would see that it already prepared these properties for your view model. So you will just take this and copy paste it in your view model, so these text box controls would work. And lastly, there is the button. So I can apply the change to the button. It will change this to DOT button. And also it will add this click method, click binding, which will call this on login button click. So it also generated the header of this method for me. Of course, there is still a lot of other changes you would have to do. For example, in .vvm, we don't have any ASP login control, so you would have to rewrite most of these things. On the other hand, still this can help you with the most boring changes between the ASPX and .vvm markup. Also, you can try to use ChatGPT. Sometimes it's quite successful because it knows something about .vvm, so it will try to help you to convert the syntax from ASPX to .vvm. However, sometimes it goes crazy and tries to be more creative than it should. So you should always make sure that this is rewritten correctly. .vvm syntax is different from the web forms. It's using these binding expressions, and some controls are different. For example, the validation is done in a different way. This control will not be migrated at all. You can just remove it, because in .vvm, we are using data annotation attributes on the view model properties. Yeah. So this is the converter you can use. You can also, it's hosted on GitHub, so you can download it. You can add more rules. If you find some transformations that we are not doing, you can implement them, so they will appear here, and you would just be able to apply the fixes. So that's a tool where you want to start, but then you need to copy this markup to Visual Studio and update it so it would work with .vvm. You can do this process like 1 page per day or something like that. So if you still need to work on the application, fix bugs, implement new features, you can do that at the same time while you are migrating the pages from ASPX syntax to DOT HTML syntax, because the application will still be working for all the time during this process. So it's not a problem. You can just spend a couple of hours migration and then continue working as normally in your application. There is also one useful control, which is called Web Forms Hybrid Route Link, and I will show it to you in a demo. So I have this other Visual Studio here, and I will open the master page because it contains the menu. And you can see in the original web forms page, there were some hyperlinks which were generating the URL from the route using this kind of expression, like it says, use this route and substitute 1 for the page index into the route. It's a good, if you are using routes in web forms, it's a good idea to use the same routes with the same parameters in .vvm. And if you do that, then you can use this hybrid route link control. I will put it on this other side because you would see it. Yeah, so this control takes the same parameters like route name equals homepage and param-page index equals 1. This is how you write this This is how you represent this. And what this control actually do, it will look if your page has been already migrated or not. If it was migrated, it will point you to the migrated version of the page, to the .vvm version of the page. If it hasn't been migrated yet, it will redirect you to the old version of the page. So you can use these links everywhere, and no matter if this route has already been migrated or not, they will work. And after the migration, you can change this to normal route links which are present in .vvm. So this like fallbacks to the old routes if the new route is not available yet. So it will help you in the states where half of the pages are already migrated and the other half is not migrated yet. Let's look at the syntax differences here. Basically, I have created this new joke .html by just copy pasting this markup to here and then doing some slight changes. So you can see this ASP content is dot content, then this is basically the same. I have just get rid of this ASP localized because it was here, but then still the content wasn't localized in this application. So I just hard-coded it here. Then there is the multi-view control in web forms. We don't have it in .vvm, but you can make it very easily because I have added a Boolean property in my view model. Yeah, if I press F12, it will show you this is just the Boolean property in the view model. And then I can use visible on any element. So if it's false, this form would be visible. If the property is true, the other element will be visible, and this would be hidden. So this is how you can replace easily this multi-view control using this, and it's using just the natural model view model approach. So everything you want to manipulate with, you are doing with data bindings. Then I have this text box here, and as you can see, I have removed this required field validator because in .vvm the validation is done in a different way. If I press F12 on this joke text, you will see there is the required attribute, and I'm using the same error message as was in this validator. So basically, I'm using the model validation instead of these required field validators. Then we have this validation summary control. We have the same one in .vvm, so you don't need to change anything. It will do the same thing. It will show you a list of all the validation errors. And this submit button, instead of calling button submit _ click, we are just calling this submit function. And if you look in this code behind, then you will see it's also very similar to the web forms one. So if I open on this side, this alt code behind, and if you compare these methods, you will see it's quite the same thing. We don't need this validation check in .vvm because .vvm will not even call the method when the page is not valid, so you don't need to do that. We are using dependency injection for this DB context thing. So I have a constructor which will get this DB context, so I don't need to create a new instance here. I will get it from the dependency injection, so I can just, this piece of code is the same here basically. Here it's also the same. I'm checking if I'm authenticated. If I am authenticated, I will just publish the joke directly. So like I'm redirecting to the single joke route with some kind of parameter. And if it's not authenticated, then I'm waiting for approval. So instead of setting this multi-view to the second page, I am switching this Boolean flag in my view model, which will show the other part of the page. And then this code is also just copy-paste, no changes here. By the way, I have been complaining about business logic being in the user interface in the presentation layer. So this is a great opportunity to move this logic to some business layer. Yeah, so don't just copy paste code from the old project, from the old page to the new page without thinking. Try to use refactoring, try to improve the architecture of your application. So Here, more proper way would be to create, for example, some like joke service or something like that, and create more methods in there. Maybe add joke, then like send approval request or something like that. And then from the view model, you would just be calling your service, which is much better. It's much more testable. It's much cleaner approach. So take this modernization also as an opportunity to do a simpler refactoring, because then the benefits of the migration would be even better than if you just take the old mess and copy it and make a new mess out of the old mess. Yeah. There are other things that you can meet in web forms applications. For example, user controls. These are the files with the ASCX extension, and basically it's very similar to a page. It's just a piece of markup with some code behind. What we have found out in DotVVM is that the controls in DotVVM work quite different. They are just a presentational thing, and they should not contain any kind of business logic, because basically it's a violation of the model view model approach, because the MVVM says that view model is the one who is accepting the commands from the user, who is deciding what will be done, who is responsible for representing and changing state, not the UI control, but the view model. So the recommendation here, if you have ASCX components which have some business logic, which are looking in the database and doing things like that, I encourage you to move this to a view model and make a separate view model for the control. You can nest view models in each other. So the page view model can contain the control view model. And in the view model, there are also the init, load, pre-render stages, same as in web forms. DotVVM has just copied this concept. So even the nested view model can have these methods, init, load, pre-render, so you can put the logic there. Yeah, so don't try to, when you will be using .vvm components, don't try to have the business logic in the components. Make a view model for the control and then nest it in the page view model. It will behave much better. Otherwise, the markup controls in .vvm, they work in a very similar fashion. So you can just like put add new item, and there is .vvm user control, which is the same concept, and it can have the code behind, but do not put the business logic in the code behind. Instead, create a view model, just a C# class, which will be linked to this component. If you have been writing in web forms C# only components, like if you basically inherit control and then like you can override this render and add attributes to render stages, things like that. There are a couple of methods to override. You can do the same thing in .vvm. And basically .vvm has two ways of these code-only controls. So the first looks really like the web forms one. So then the migration would be quite easy. You would just change the base class and the signatures of the method, but even their names are similar. Or .vvm has a new concept called composite controls, and let me show it to you. If you go to .vvm.com/docs and look for the composite controls, basically it's a component which is composed from some other simpler component. And it's declared like this. You will inherit from composite control, and you will declare this getContents method. And this method will basically emit what the control consists of. So you can see it consists of some link button, which has a click handler. And inside this button, there is image element, and there is some literal for the text, because it's an image button, basically button which has an image and some text attached to that. And the parameters or arguments of these methods are basically the control properties. So this says that the text property can be value or a binding of string. Then there is some iCommand binding for the click handler. iCommand binding tells you that it has to be some kind of command. You have to call methods from that. And then there is image URL. It's just a string, so the data binding is not supported there. Just it has to be hard-coded string in the markup file. So this is how you can also declare .vvm controls to compose them from more simple controls. This is pretty nice concept for making universal controls. If the control is like used on just one page, it probably a better way would be to create a markup control and write this markup directly. Yeah, like this, a piece of markup which can get reused several times. However, if you are making some kind of universal control, for example, like this image button or something like that, and you can use it even in more applications, not in just one application, then you can use this way of making controls. You can maybe publish them as a NuGet package and then consume in multiple projects. What about third-party controls? A lot of web forms applications are using the, for example, Telerik or DevExpress, Syncfusion, Infragistics. There is plenty of vendors which are selling a very nice packs full of very full-featured components. So I'm using them and I love it. And now we are in .vvm, which is not that popular, so these vendors don't have components made for .vvm. So what solutions we have here? There are two. One of them is that you can go to our .vvm website and you can support .vvm project by purchasing some of our commercial products. Everything I was showing until now was open source and is part of the framework which is on the GitHub. So you can use everything for that for free. If you need more advanced components similar to what these third-party vendors have, you can look at our commercial products and find a similar components with similar features made just for .vvm. So that's one option. The other option, if you have already purchased these third-party controls from other company, then probably these companies will have React versions of the components. And .vvm supports hosting React components in .vvm pages, and you can give them data from the view model. You can respond to the events which happen in these React components. So the other way around, which will not cost you any extra money because you have already purchased these third-party controls from the other vendor, is that you can use the React versions of the components in .vvm pages. If you are interested how to do that, you can also search for React in our documentation, and there is a tutorial for that. So if you look at this code snippet, this function is a React component, very simple button, which will just get some text and it will call some on-click function. So nothing really special, but this can be even more complicated React component like a data grid or anything like that. And in .vvm, you just need to create a tiny wrapper over this React component. So basically, you will declare this module, which gets just constructor. It will get some context. You can just save this somewhere because you will need it later. And then you will export this $controls object, which will contain the wrappers of the React components. And basically, you will just take this React button component, pass it to this register React control function, which comes from our .vvm React integration package. And then you can specify the default values of the parameters. You have to pass the context here. And then the onClick method, if it will not be set in the markup, the default will be just the empty function, just this. Yeah, so just pass the context and specify default values of these properties of the control. And that's it. Then in the .vvm page, you can just use JS : and name of this control, how you exported that. and you can give it values from .vvm view model, and you can respond when something happens in the control. So if somebody clicks on the React control, it can just call .vvm command. So there is a two-way communication between the control and the view model. So it would be very easy because you can load data in the view model for the data grid, for example, and then just pass the collection to the data grid, and the data grid will be able to show the data. And if you would select a row, you will be able to just call some .vvm command to handle this operation. So you can use the React components in .vvm pages, and they can communicate, they can talk with your view model. So it requires some JavaScript skills right now because you are writing this JavaScript module. On the other hand, it's not that difficult. So if you need this, you can like work around this lack of the components using React. And we are also preparing these integration bridges for other frameworks, like for Svelte and for Vue.js also. So in the future, you will have even more options for hosting third-party controls. Another thing that can also appear in web forms applications is a handler or an HTTP module, and you have to rewrite these to ASP.NET Core middlewares or .vvm presenters. If you would rewrite that to ASP.NET Core middlewares, the problem is that the project is still being migrated, so it's still not running on ASP.NET Core. It's still on the old .NET framework. But if you rewrite it to .vvm presenter, you can do it immediately because it will work on .NET framework and also on the new .NET 7. So let's see how it looks like. Let's just return here. I have this iHTTP handler in this web forms application. It's generating the RSS feed. And as you can see, I have just created another class which inherits or implements this i.vvm presenter. It can also use dependency injection. So I am injecting the DB context here. I don't have to create it here in this method. And then there is also a process request method. Just there are some trivial changes, like that the response is not just context.response, but it's context.http context.response. So this is a bit annoying because you would be like changing few places, but otherwise the code is pretty much the same. So this is also the same concept. The only thing which is different is that I'm not creating the DB context here because I have it injected in my constructor. So this is also quite simple change from web forms to .vvm, and you have to register all the routes here. So there is a .vvm startup file which has been added at the beginning, and you have to register routes for your presenter. So here you can see I'm registering this feed route for this URL feed.xml, and I'm telling .vvm, okay, use this presenter to handle these requests, and that's it. Yeah. So once you set up this, now in this application, I have everything rewritten already. So here are the web form stuff, and here is the .vvm versions of all pages, and the routes are using the same URL. So now if I would run this application, everything would be in .vvm, but the web form stuff is still there, but it's covered by the .vvm because it has the precedence. First, it's looking in the .vvm route table, and then if it's not present there, then it will fall back to web forms. It also works with the authentication because there was the login page. So if the user logs in, I'm still running on the old .NET, so I need to use the old way of validating the username and password. So I'm calling the very old membership providers from System Web Security to make sure that the username and password combination is correct. And if it is, I'm using forms authentication to set the authentication cookie. That's what's not very nice, but since we are still running on the all.NET framework, we have to do it like that. And now in the final step, I will have to change this code to the new ASP.NET Core way of doing these things. So let's go to the last step of the migration, this middle step where I had to take all the pages and migrate them one by one. It can take weeks, it can take months. There is no rush in that. You can do it together with some other work. But now we need to, when everything is prepared for the big final step, then now the fun begins. Because now all pages has been replaced, so I can delete all the web forms pages and master pages and things that were there for the web forms. That will clean my project. Then it's a good thing to look for system.web, and on all places where you will find system.web, you will probably have a problem because like on the new .NET, there is no system web namespace. There is a package called system web adapters, which tries to convert these calls to system web HTTP context to the new ASP.NET Core stuff. But since you have migrated to .vvm, you would probably already get rid of most of these things. And then you can just change the CSproj to target .NET 7 and change this NuGet package for this NuGet package. So .vvm OWIN changed to .vvm ASP.NET Core. I have done that in the third Visual Studio. I have already migrated that. So I removed all the web form stuff. Now the pages folder is not here, just the views and view models, the .vvm stuff remained here. And if you look in the CSproj, you can see it's targeting .NET 7. And also I have removed a lot of scripts, just the jQuery remained here because the site, I didn't want to rewrite the jQuery also. And you can see there is the .vvm ASP.NET Core package, which is powering this entire project. There were no changes in these folders because the syntax is the same, just with one simple exception of this login view model. And that's what I said. You have to remove the forms authentication and the membership providers here. So I have changed to ASP.NET Core identity, and I'm using the sign-in manager, which I'm injecting in using the dependency injection, and I'm calling password sign-in async, and I will give it username and password. It will tell me if it's correct or not, and based on that, I will do my redirects. It will also automatically set up the authentication cookie. So that's how it works. And in the master page, I have the sign out button, which also needed to change. Before there was forms authentication signed out. Now I'm calling context get authentication sign out async, and I'm giving it this ASP.NET Core identity application scheme. Yeah. So these were just few lines of code that had to be changed because I switched from the old framework to the new framework, and the authentication on ASP.NET Core is done differently. Then some changes will happen to this startup class because in the web forms project there was the global ASAX, so you will need to move some code from there and put it here. But you can see I'm just registering the feed presenter. I'm registering this DB context, changing the way from where I'm getting the connection string. So from the web config, I had to switch to this app settings JSON file. And then I'm just registering ASP.NET identity, setting the login page to this URL and telling it, okay, store the users in my database. And basically, that's all the change I had to do. So this last step was a bit big. The project couldn't be compiled for some time, but it's not that much to do, just switching the target framework, and you have to redo the authentication and the configuration because the connection string is took from the new configuration model, not from the web config file. So I have mentioned the pricing already, but let me repeat that. Everything you have seen here today is free, and it's open source. The .vvm framework, you can find the code on GitHub. You can make your own clone fork. You can look in the code, find issues, report it to us, or fix it yourself, no problem. And also, I have been showing the Visual Studio extension for .vvm. And the basic version of this extension is free. So this add.vvm feature will be there. If you do file new project, you will have templates for creating new .vvm projects. It will be there. If you want more advanced components, you can look at our commercial add-ons we have for .vvm. You can find it on .vvm.com site. And also the Visual Studio extension has a full version which will give you better IntelliSense. For example, this feature I was showing here, like that you will click on something in the data binding and press 12. This is a feature of the commercial version of the extension. But the syntax highlighting, these templates for adding new pages, and basic IntelliSense like the IntelliSense for components in .vvm, it will work even in the free version of the extension. To summarize what I have been talking about here, there are two ways of migration. One is the side-by-side, where you will create a second application in ASP.NET Core and start transferring stuff from the old application to the new one and use the YARP proxy. So that's the first column. The advantage of this migration is that you can choose any front-end technology. If you want to rewrite your application to React, go ahead, it's perfect. If you want to rewrite to Blazor or to whatever, it's easy to do. And also, if the alt application contains a lot of mess, a lot of not very nice code, you can, because you are transferring things from the alt application to the new one, you can just pick the things you actually need, and most of the mess can remain there. So it's good if this project is messy. You will not get all the mess from the project to get in the new application. If it was clean already, then it's fine, of course. The disadvantage for me, the biggest one, is that the initial setup of the two applications communicating with each other, it's quite difficult to do the authentication between them correctly. It's not very easy to invalidate caches if one application caches something and the other will change the underlying data. It needs to tell the other app that the data was changed to wipe out the cache. And also there can be issues with the session, because I have seen people storing very weird things in the session which couldn't be serialized. So it would be very hard to make the session stored in the database and being available to both of these applications. Also, I have seen that sometimes it's complicated to share code between the two applications because the business logic is everywhere and most of the time is in the ASP.NET Web Forms pages. So before you can make some kind of class library to share code between the old and the new application, you will first need to get the business logic from the code behind files to somewhere else, because the code behind class, it depends on some system.web stuff, so you will not get it easily to .NET Standard. Yeah, so sometimes I have seen people just copy pasting the code from the old application to the new one. Then you find bug, you have to fix it on both places because you have the code there twice. So I'm not saying it's not possible. People are using this way of migration, but I see some complications in that. In case of in-place migration, the initial setup is really simple, because for me it was just right-click the project, add .vvm, wait for the NuGet packages installed, and that's it. I don't have to do anything special for caching, session authentication, because I'm still running in the same application. It will still work. And when I am copy pasting or moving the ASPX code behind to .vvm view models, the syntax changes are very small. So I'm just taking the code and moving it from one place to another. And after the page is migrated, I can delete the old page immediately. So I don't have the code there twice for a long time. And you are still in the same process, in the same stack, so you can access the business logic the same way as it was accessed before. The disadvantage of this in-place migration is that .vvm is the only framework known to me which supports both .NET Framework and .NET Core without any syntax changes. There is, for example, MVC on the old .NET and on the new .NET, but the syntax is not exactly the same. There will be quite a lot of tiny breaking changes, sometimes very hard to notice. The same applies to Web API. The same applies to Signal R. Of course, you can migrate from from the old to new, but there will be some tiny little breaking changes you will find, maybe not immediately, but eventually, because it will compile, but it will behave differently because, for example, some default value is different on the new platform. And the other disadvantage for me is that since you are in the same project, if the project is messy, you will need to work very hard to get rid of the mess. Yeah, because you will not get rid of it easily by starting with the clean table. You will start in the old messy project. So it's your responsibility to refactor. It's your responsibility to do cleanup, remove unused code. There is plenty of commented out code. So that's perfect thing you can remove right away. But if you will not do it, you will just keep the same mess with a newer version of .NET with the new technology, but still it will be messy. So please, if you will be doing this, take this as an opportunity to clean up your code base, because this will help you to get rid of the technical debt, and then you will be able to continue working and supporting the project for many years, because .vvm is committed to stay here and to support the new versions of .NET as they come by. So here are a few links. .vvm.com/webforms. You can find the ASPX converter there, and there is also a cheat sheet for ASP.NET developers, so you can read about all the changes between the web forms on the left side and .vvm on the right side. So everything is described there. Of course, also the components, they have similar or the same names, but sometimes they are missing some properties. Sometimes the property is named a bit differently. So there are changes, but on the other hand, still it's pretty one-to-one, a quite straightforward transformation, not that complicated. Yeah. Then the other link, first, if you want to start or give .vvm a try, go to .vvm.com/install, and there is an instruction how to get the extension for Visual Studio. There is also a link for the VS Code extension, so please try it also. And if you find any issues, you can report them to us on a GitHub or on our community forum. We have the forum.vvm.com, so you can post questions here, and the entire .vvm team is watching this community forum, so we will be happy to talk to you. We will be happy to stay in touch. So if you have any questions, please send them in the comments. I would be happy to answer.
Really,
I believe you're on mute. Oh, now it's fine.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching the chat. There hasn't been any questions, but I was impressed. I've been going through the site for the last 35, 40 minutes. I got an old conference site that's written in web forms that I inherited a long time ago that needs a rewrite, but I've been hesitant to do it. So I think I have a newer, easier way to go and do it now. What prompted this project, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, sorry. Can you please repeat the question?
what prompted you to start this project?
To start DotVVM. Basically, I have started a consulting company in 2011, and we have been using web forms for our projects because we were quite satisfied with them. First, we were very satisfied with them. Then, after some time, the satisfaction went down and down because we saw that there is no bright future for that framework. We have started playing with Knockout.js because I like the MVVM approach in the JavaScript. But then we found out that we are just writing like tons of JavaScript, which just calls some REST API and take the data from one side and pushes them to the UI and back. Yeah, so there was plenty of JavaScript code which could get broken very easily, just a typo, and it doesn't work. And it was really boring because the code was just like not doing anything, just passing data from one side to another and back. And basically, the idea was, okay, so let's generate this code. And that's how first version of .vvm started, because basically it's doing something like that. You write the view model in C# where you have debugger, IntelliSense, everything. So you will not make silly typos there probably. And then, or you will find out very, very quickly. And then .vvm just takes the view model, serialize it in JSON, and do the JavaScript part for you. So we just built the view engine, which translate the binding expressions to Knockout.js syntax, and that's how it started. And the framework is inspired with a lot of things with web forms, because it started as a replacement for web forms for us. So we took some concepts from web forms, and now we are very unhappy about that, because every concept we took from web forms now looks is causing us problems when we want to push the framework a bit further. So like it was also a bit pain for us, because the concepts were good at that time, but today we are used to do the things very differently.
Awesome. Let's take one more check and see if there's any comments. Nope. No more. Thank you again for doing this, Tomas. I actually learned quite a bit, and I'm sure our audience did too. Thanks again for joining us.
Thanks for having me. See you next time.
Okay, bye. Okay, coming up next, I think we are going to bring our next presenter on. Oh, there he is. I mean, you have to say his name 3 times.
Hey, Joe. Almost caught me off guard there.
Yeah, I gave Nicole a little bit of warning. Cool. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're going to be chatting about today?
So I have 2 presentations this afternoon, but they're not back to back. Thank goodness for that. Probably lose my voice. But first of all, I'm going to talk about the Oqtane Marketplace, which is a new service which has been launched within the last couple of months. So I'm going to provide pretty like 360 kind of degree picture of what that looks like and why it matters for developers.
Awesome. Well, are you ready to go now?
Yeah, let me share my screen. I assume you can see it, Joe.
And there we go. Okay.
Awesome.
I'll leave it to you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So today I'm excited to talk about Oqtane, which is an open source project that's part of the .NET Foundation that I maintain. But specifically related to that project, I'm going to be talking about a marketplace, essentially a platform ecosystem, which provides new opportunities for Blazor developers to build products and make them available for consumers. I'm Sean Walker. I was the original creator of an open source project called .NET Nuke more than 2 decades ago, which shows my age, but I am more recently the creator of another open source project called Oqtane. Been a Microsoft MVP for I think 15 years now, and I'm also the chair of the .NET Foundation Project Committee. And that committee has been in place for, probably 3 or 4 years now, and has a lot of members that are part of it that contribute a lot of time and energy to the .NET Foundation, and I'm just grateful to be part of that group. I'm Canadian. I live in Florida, so if you're wondering how I have a tan, that might be why. I took a leap of faith a couple of months ago, and I left my job with Cognizant. I'm mentioning this because I noticed that actually on the website it says that I'm still the CTO of professional services for Cognizant, but I actually left Cognizant, formed my own company, actually formed 2 companies. So I formed a consulting company called DevEssence, which is focused on building Microsoft solutions using the modern Microsoft .NET stack. And then I also formed a product company called Oqtane Labs, which is focused on the open source project. So what is Oqtane? It is a framework and a CMS. The whole concept behind it is it's designed to accelerate the development of modern digital experiences. And it does that by providing a set of building blocks and services that you can build your application on. It's open source. It's available under an MIT license. And it is a .NET Foundation member project for the last 3 years. And it's really been pioneering the adoption, more specifically of Blazor, because it was originated in 2018 when Blazor was still in a preview stage. And it's really taken advantage of all the capabilities of Blazor ever since. And then when the latest version of .NET MAUI came around with Blazor hybrid support, Oqtane was enhanced to support that as well. So when I talk about a platform ecosystem, it's sort of an interesting commercial model where it allows multiple entities to share and create collective value in a platform. And we're pretty familiar with platform ecosystems because there are a number of them that exist on, like, for example, the Microsoft stack has some. There's a lot of CMSs which have platform ecosystems built around them. So essentially ways that people can build add-on products that consumers can purchase, which increase the value of the platform. So that's one of the primary benefits that a platform ecosystem provides, is you don't want to rely on the sole provider of the platform to provide all of the functionality for it. So usually a platform provides extensibility points so that you could build custom extensions. But what if you want to buy something off the shelf instead of building everything from scratch? Well, a platform ecosystem allows vendors to build add-on products that they make available for sale as well. One of the other benefits of a platform ecosystem is it does provide a revenue model, which is an important aspect for an open source project, because on its own, of course, it doesn't make any revenue. And so you have to look for alternative ways to generate revenue as part of an open source project. And a platform ecosystem is a great way of doing this. And I think the most important item on this list is it creates opportunities for entrepreneurs around the world by being part of the creator economy to allow them to build products that they can make available for sale in a very focused channel. This type of a platform ecosystem existed in the original .NET Nuke project that I created 20 years ago. And it was amazing how developers from many, many regions of the world would create innovative products. And depending on sort of the social or economies of the countries that they lived in, they could make a pretty good living just by selling extensions to the platform. So this is a key benefit as well of having a platform ecosystem. Some of the ideas which went into the Oqtane marketplace, I'm going to explain a little bit about, because typically when you create something like this, you have a vision and there's certain sort of key values that you're trying to bring forward through the creation. And so one of the things that I'd noticed over the years is that everyone is very familiar now with this app store kind of a model. Obviously, it started with mobile phones. Of course, you got the App Store on the iPhone. You've got Google Play on Google devices, where you can very easily browse a set of add-on applications that might be valuable to you. You can acquire them very easily. You can download them to your device, and they are basically instantly available for you to use. Of course, Microsoft has its store as well, and consumers are just very familiar with this model. So this was a key characteristic that I wanted to bring into the Oqtane marketplace. Another thing that I wanted to do was, Oqtane is an open source project. So of course there's going to be extensions that people build that are available under an open source license. And there may be extensions that are commercial as well that are available under a commercial license. Often what happens with an open source project is these two different sides, sort of church and state, are bifurcated, and they don't work well together. And sometimes in certain ecosystems, it's important to keep them separated. But I believed in the case of Oqtane, it was important for them to be together. And the extensions that you build and make available as open source extensions should be available in the same channel that the commercial extensions are available through. Another aspect that I wanted to include as part of the marketplace is it needed to be a full service marketplace. And what I mean by that is it's not just for enabling the download of applications to your platform. And in addition to that, it's not just to facilitate the purchasing of commercial extensions. There's more that goes into a commercial marketplace model than that. For example, licensing. If you're going to build an extension to a platform, you're going to have to come up, like, especially if it's commercial, you're going to have to come up with some type of a licensing mechanism, right, so that you can protect your IP. Well, if you leave that to every individual vendor to do in their own way, you're going to end up with not a very cohesive story when it comes to consumers when they try to consume the different applications that are available. So one of the things I wanted to include as part of the Oqtane marketplace was a licensing capability. However, of course, I understand that in some cases, vendors are going to want to use their own licensing capabilities if they've already developed them. So it has to be flexible so that the default can be overridden and you could use your own licensing if that's what you so desire. Similarly, if you're going to be providing products available for others, you've got to be able to support them in some way. And so that's another key service that this marketplace needed to provide, is a help desk support kind of dashboard concept where consumers of applications can log support tickets. The owners of those applications can provide responses and resolutions to the problems that people have. So this is what I mean by full service. It goes beyond just e-commerce, right? It goes into the full gamut of services that someone needs around the platform. Another key benefit, I guess, of this, or another key goal, was this marketplace should be built, of course, using Oqtane. I mean, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to build it on some other technology stack. Like, the whole idea behind Oqtane is it allows you to build very rich interactive web applications and applications that deal with membership and users and permissions and file uploads. Oqtane provides all of that. So if I didn't choose to use Oqtane for this marketplace, I'm pretty sure people would question whether Oqtane is capable of doing anything. So the Oqtane marketplace is built using Oqtane. And this is, of course, a picture of a dog eating dog food. So in technical jargon, of course, this is often called dog fooding, where you eat your own dog food. So you build a product using your own framework or platform. Through that process, you might discover a few rough edges or a few opportunities to improve it, which I did, in fact, as part of building this marketplace. And those, of course, then are incorporated into the platform so that others can take advantage of them as well. The Oqtane marketplace is available at www.oqtane.net. And I guess the last thing I wanted to ensure that I handled as part of this marketplace is, when it comes to e-commerce, there's a lot of regulations that need to be adhered to in different jurisdictions around the world. And to think that myself, as a developer of this marketplace, is going to be aware of all of those and be able to take care of them and manage them in the most effective way is not realistic. So I wanted to use a trusted e-commerce provider And I wanted the e-commerce transactions to actually occur off of my site, right? In a trusted environment with a provider that deals with this as their primary focus. And so that's why I chose Stripe. I actually had a lot of experience in the past with PayPal, and it just seemed lately that Stripe has provided a lot better tooling, especially for .NET-based developers. And so I had a really good experience in integrating Stripe into this solution. So if we get into the details a little bit more, the idea behind Oqtane is it's a very general framework. It provides a lot of general capabilities that you can use to build a web application or a website. Users are going to have more specific needs, right? They're going to have very unique needs depending on the type of application or site that they're building. And in order to fill all of those different gaps, I guess, with solutions, then there's an opportunity for vendors, right, to build specialized solutions in these areas. For example, a vendor might build a storefront module, or they might build a photo gallery module, or they might build a blog module. There's all kinds of different applications that could be created. It's just a matter of what your imagination can bring to bear, and perhaps what clients are asking for. So when it comes to building things with Oqtane, because it's a framework, it has a very robust extensibility model that's built into it. And so you would extend the framework with sort of mini applications or apps that we call modules. And essentially what a module is in the Oqtane world is it is a Razor class library. And it's taking advantage of all of the modern tooling that's available from Microsoft, such as Blazor, Maui, .NET Core. But basically, if you're going to build a module in Oqtane, you would follow the sort of the client-server model that is very common within Blazor, where you have your application broken down into 3 different parts, where you have a client, which handles the front-end aspects of the application. You have a server project, which handles the back end. And then you may have a shared project as well, which has some models which are shared between the two. These projects, of course, are going to be compiled into DLLs, and there may be some static assets as well, which are part of your module. They'll be bundled up into a standard NuGet package, and that NuGet package can then be consumed into any Oqtane installation. I mentioned commercial licensing earlier, and the fact that Oqtane Marketplace wanted to provide a commercial licensing capability so that, if you're a vendor and you want to build an application and don't want to deal with the licensing aspects of it and just take advantage of the licensing capability that already exists, there is a NuGet package called Oqtane.licensing, which you can consume into your project. And it simply just has a license view component that's part of it. And just like any Razor sort of component, or when you're using Blazor, you can wrap your output within that that license view, and it'll protect the content from being served or being rendered at runtime. Obviously, when you have developers that need to test the capabilities of a marketplace, you don't want them doing that in your live environment. So, of course, one of the things that I needed to set up was a sandbox environment. And so there is a sandbox that exists at sandbox.octane.net, and you can override the package registry where the Oqtane framework points to by setting an app setting item in your appsetting.json file. It's just a package registry URL, and you point it at the sandbox instead of the live environment. And from that point on, any of the feeds of products that you receive into the Oqtane application will come from the sandbox. And you can test the full scope of sort of the interactions between your application and the different environments. When we think about a marketplace, there's going to be a lot of different flows that you need to consider. And we're going to start with the developer flows to begin with. So once you have a product that you've built using Oqtane and you want to make it available to others, either as an open source extension or as a commercial extension, you need to list those. You need to make the community aware that it exists. And so there's a registry that exists as part of the marketplace. And the way this works is somebody would go to the Oqtane marketplace site, they would sign up as an owner of a product. The Oqtane marketplace has an integration with GitHub so that if you want to use your GitHub login to log into the Oqtane marketplace, you can. Or there's also a local authentication story as well if you want to have a local user account. Once you're signed up and you have a user account, you can specify information about your business. So your business name, perhaps your business address, and also if you're going to be providing commercial components or commercial modules available for people, you're going to want to get paid when there's transactions that happen. And so this is one of the areas where we partnered with Stripe and used the Stripe Connect platform. So as part of your onboarding, you would basically create a Stripe Connect identifier, and that would be saved with your owner account. And so whenever a commercial transaction would occur in the future, the portion of the proceeds which would go to you as the owner of the product would be transferred immediately. So you wouldn't have to necessarily wait around for the end of the month for some kind of accounting run to happen. This is all some of the great capabilities that are available within Stripe. So vendors, creators can get paid immediately for their work. Once you have created your owner sort of account, you can then go ahead and you can add your products. And of course, products have multiple releases, products have multiple types of licenses, and there's also a support capability as well. So these are some of the kind of flows that exist within the developer aspect of the marketplace. If you go to www.oqtane.net, of course, this is sort of what the Oqtane marketplace looks like. And I've got the submit product button highlighted here because this is where you would, this is what you would want to select in order to become a developer within the Oqtane marketplace. You go into the package registry area by doing that, and this is where you enter your owner information, which I already described. And then you would also be able to enter your product details. You might have one or more products, and you can enter all of the different details, including the name of the product, its description, perhaps it has a logo. It would have a NuGet package ID or name. And then you can also set up the licensing information for it, whether it's available under an open source license or a commercial license, where users would go to get support for it. And then you can also set up your releases as well. And following on from the App Store sort of model that I talked about earlier, these products that are entered into the registry within the Oqtane marketplace are surfaced within the Oqtane framework itself. So if you navigate to the module management area of the framework and you choose that you want to install a new module, this is the view you're going to see. So you're going to see all of the different products that are available through the Oqtane marketplace, and you can filter them based on whether you're looking for open source extensions or commercial extensions. You can search, you can filter or sort based on popularity, based on most recently released, most downloads, a variety of different criteria. And you'll also notice in here that because we're looking at the open source view, you can see that for the blog module, and in fact, this would be the case for all of the different products that are available in this view, you can click the download button. And essentially, because these are open source, this will download that extension directly to your platform. And then if you restart your platform, it'll immediately install it, and it'll be available for use within your environment. Switching gears from that, we're going to talk a little bit about the consumer aspect of things. So if you are a consumer and you want to add additional functionality to your Oqtane installation, there's a number of different user flows that had to be accounted for as part of the marketplace. The simplest one by far is when there's an open source product, because there is no special licensing considerations when it comes to open source products. So essentially, you would click the download button like I just showed previously. It would show you the open source license agreement within the Oqtane product. You would click accept, and it would download the product to your environment. So that's pretty simple. Where is it going to download those products from? Well, the registry actually doesn't store open source projects on the Oqtane site. The registry points to other locations. So there's 2 locations where open source products can reside, and that is either NuGet.org or GitHub.com. So those are 2 trusted locations where NuGet packages can reside, and that's where those packages will ultimately be downloaded from. If you set up a trial product, so a trial being a commercial product which has no cost to it and just allows you to try that product out for a specified period of time. The marketplace allows you to download that product, accept its license agreement, and then it uses the licensing component to allow you to activate that product so that you get a product license for a specific length of time, which would allow you to use it, and then it would be deactivated after that period of time expires. So that's another flow. Yet another flow is if you have a freemium product. So with a freemium product, again, it's a commercial product which is available at 0 cost, but usually has a longer term to it than a trial product, right? A trial can usually be converted into a full-blown product, whereas a freemium product is often free indefinitely. And as part of the freemium sort of flow, you're redirected to the marketplace site where you have to actually do a checkout of the freemium product at 0 cost. Then you're able to download it, and then you can activate a license with using the licensing capability. And of course, the last flow would be the paid flow, right? This is where it's a commercial product that needs to be, paid for to get a valid license. So this has a standard sort of checkout flow where you'd be redirected to the marketplace site to do the checkout, and from there you would be redirected to Stripe, where your actual purchase is going to take place. From there, you're then redirected back to the Oqtane marketplace to say that your purchase was successful or not. Then you can download the product from the marketplace to your local installation, where you can install it, and then you can activate it using the licensing capability. So I guess this sort of just explains that there's a lot that goes into creating a viable marketplace. So I have a few screenshots here of sort of the things that I've already described. So if you're creating a commercial module, you can see, and this is the App Store approach again. So in your Oqtane installation, if you choose the commercial filter, you can see the applications that are available commercially. You can click Buy Now. This will launch, a new browser window where you'll be taken to the checkout process, and that's where you would flow from there. The checkout screen looks like this. This is a screenshot, of course, from the sandbox. The sandbox doesn't actually process e-commerce transactions, right? It uses the Stripe test mode concept, where you can actually test e-commerce transactions using some predefined credit card numbers, and that's where this credit card number that's on the screen here, it's like available so that you can actually do your testing. And the licenses that are going to be generated within the sandbox environment are only limited to 7 days, so that they can't be used in a production environment. From there, of course, you're redirected to the Stripe payment page. This is the standard, most recommended way that Stripe suggests to do payment. This is the Stripe UI, in fact. And it collects, of course, the credit card information. It's important to know, though, that this is actually happening on Stripe's infrastructure, using their security and best practices. And once this e-commerce transaction happens, then there's a webhook which alerts the Oqtane marketplace of whether or not that payment was successful or not. You're transported back to the Oqtane marketplace to say that your order was successful. And then when it comes to license activation, this is the default license component that I mentioned earlier that's that you can download from NuGet, the Oqtane.licensing NuGet package. It has a UI that's part of it that will show up in your Oqtane installation. It'll tell you whether or not the product is licensed or not. Then you can choose if you want to activate the license. If you choose fetch license, it'll get the license from the server by verifying whether you did a successful order or not. If you're in an environment where you don't have internet connectivity, then often you would have a license key that you would want to be able to enter manually. You can do that as well. So if you do that here and hit validate, it can validate the license locally as well. Ultimately, the license files are just simple text files that are stored in the bin folder using a naming convention of the package name of the particular module. And inside the licensing file is essentially just a license key that is generated by the Oqtane service. I mentioned earlier that the idea behind licensing in Oqtane is that there should be flexibility around it as well. So there's a default implementation of licensing that's on the Oqtane server. And so that's, of course, the simplest form of licensing. If you want to take advantage of that, you don't actually have to do much work at all other than ingest the NuGet package and add the component to your Razor components. However, if you wanted to maybe authenticate against your own server or do your own form of licensing, there is an interface called iLicense Server with a certain number of very sort of generic methods that you could implement on your own. And using this, you could actually build your own license server, which would point to your own infrastructure. And of course, there's also the support dashboard as well, which is part of the Oqtane marketplace as well, where you can log support tickets related to specific products. You can specify the versions, and the support dashboard is integrated with the Oqtane product itself. So it knows what product you're having difficulty with. It knows what the version is, so it can fill in a lot of the information by default. So with that, I think I want to go into some kind of a demonstration. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to run Oqtane. So this is the version of Oqtane that's available from the development repo on GitHub. This is just a default installation of Oqtane. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new Oqtane module. So if I go into module management, I can say I want to create a module. I'm going to say that this module is owned by DevEssence. And in this particular case, I think I'm going to build a podcast module. So a module to manage my podcasts. So I'm going to call, this is just going to be a podcast management module. And I'm going to target, I'm going to use the default template, which is the only one that's available by default. You can extend that, obviously. And I'm going to target the Oqtane 403 version. And I'm going to say create. And by doing that, it scaffolded the complete set of source code for that module for me, and it tells me that it's available at this location. So with that, I am going to go to that location, and I see that I have a solution file, so I'm going to open it. All right, and you can see that it scaffolded a lot of code here for me. So it's got my client project, it's got a server project, a shared project, and it's also got a package project, which I'm going to explain in a moment. I'm going to assume that this template works because it should work in terms of just building a very simple application. But I'm going to commercialize this application. So I'm going to go into NuGet, Package Manager, and I'm going to browse. And I'm going to look for the Oqtane.licensing component. All right, that's the one I want. And I'm going to put it in my client project because that's the only location where I really need it. And I'm going to install it. All right, accept the license. Okay. All right, so I've got it now in my client project. And now I'm going to go to my index.razor, which is my default Razor component for this podcast module. I've taken a few notes here, so I'm going to just cut and paste some things over. So I've got to put in a using statement to say that I want to use Oqtane.licensing as part of this component. I'm going to use this license view, and I can put it here, and I'm going to copy all of this logic that's here into this license area here. So I have a license view. I specify the package name by pointing dynamically to some state that is going to be available at runtime as part of my module state. And if the component is licensed, then of course it should work fine, right? It's going to render all of this content. If it's not licensed, it's going to show by default the licensing UI for me. All right, so it's as simple as that for wrapping my component in licensing logic. So now I'm going to do a little bit of customization to this module. So if I go into this debug CMD file, I'm actually, the way that Oqtane works is that when I've scaffolded this module, it created certain artifacts for me so that it could deploy the bits from this module into my Oqtane installation. In this case, I don't actually want to do that. I don't want to deploy any of this into my Oqtane installation right now. So I'm going to get rid of all this Xcopy stuff here because I don't want to execute this post-build task. Similarly, I'm not going to do it in my release either. However, there are some things that I do need to do. So I have some Xcopy commands here, which will copy the licensing bits into the Oqtane framework. I don't need those, but I do need to change my new spec file. So by default, it generated a new spec file for me, and it's going to identify the specific files that are part of this module, which need to be packed into my NuGet package. And by default, it only included the ones that are directly part of the template. And I want to also include the licensing components that I just added by pulling in the NuGet package. So save that. Okay. And so I think that those are the only changes that I have to make. So I'm going to change this to release mode. So when I go into my release configuration, it's going to execute my release command file as a post-build step. It's going to build my module, and then it's going to execute this command, which is going to basically create me my new spec or my NuGet package. So if I do a build now, it's all compiled, and it didn't find a specific file. And why is that? Okay, come on. Not sure why. Oqtane.licensing. Oh, I think I know why. Okay, so there is a little trick here. If I go into my, so there is a, okay, let me just find an example of one here that has this demos. They're always so much fun. That one doesn't have it either. Actually, I might have it in the server project. Yep. All right. So here's a little bit of magic that probably most people don't understand or realize. But so this attribute that you can add to a project file, copy local lock file assemblies, it basically, by judging by its name, you wouldn't understand what it actually does. But essentially what this means is when you build a project, It's going to extract files from the NuGet packages that are referenced, and it's going to copy them to the local bin folder of your project. So this is the way that you can automatically extract from your NuGet packages into the local bin. And it's important to do this in Oqtane because it needs to figure out like what actual files it needs to then package into its own NuGet package. So if I say build now, it worked. All right. So now I have this devessence.module.podcast.version1 NuGet package, which has been created. All right, so that's my product. And now I'm going to shift over to the Oqtane sandbox. So now that I'm here, I want to log in using my user account that I already had created previously. All right, and I want to submit a product. All right, so I'm going to create I've already filled out my owner information previously. I'm going to create a new product. All right, this product is going to be is a module. It's going to be called podcast. Just called podcast manager. I'm not going to put a logo in. The package name is important. Right? I need to use the exact package name, so this is my package name here, and it shouldn't include the version number because that varies. So I go back to here. So that's the name of my package. As my product URL, I'm just going to include Oqtane.net, save it. All right, so now I have a product that was created. Go down to my license section. I'm going to say that I'm just going to give it an open source license. So by default, I can choose to pull in the MIT license. If I chose commercial, there's a default license that you can pull in as well. I'm going to use, because it's open source, I have to use, so let's pretend that it's a commercial module. So I'll load the default terms, and I'm going to use the integrated support service. There's no trial offer that I'm going to make available, and I'm going to use the integrated payment service, and I'm going to say that this is worth $5. All right, so my license has now been saved. It's a one-time perpetual license for $5. That's fine, and I'm going to add a release. So this is version 1. And it is compatible with Oqtane 403. And I'm going to use an integrated download. So I'm going to upload the package here. All right, save that. All right, so I have my release now. Perfect. Got my license. Great. Going to activate it. All right. Product is now saved. If I go to my home page and I choose commercial, there's my podcast module, and it's available for $5. Okay, perfect. So now I'm going to go back to my Oqtane installation, run this again. Right. Going to go to my module management area. I'm going to go to my install. I'm going to go to commercial. All right. And I can see that, hey, I can buy this podcast application that's now available. Click buy now. Transports me to the marketplace. And I had, my local installation is set to point to the sandbox. So that's why I'm going to the sandbox. And if you had multiple licenses, you could choose them. There's only one license in this case. And I'm going to choose checkout, which takes me to Stripe. It's $5. I guess I can use a personal email. I'm going to choose that number that was given to me before. Okay. And yeah, that should work. So I'm going to say I'm going to pay. All right. It says it worked. Takes me back to the Oqtane marketplace, tells me that my order was successful and that I should go back to my Oqtane installation and I should find the podcast. Okay, so I go back to my Oqtane installation. I see that. I refresh. And that is not working for some reason. All right, so let's try. If I close this and I go back to install and I choose commercial, it should give me a download button here, and that is not working. I'm going to have to check to see why that is the case, because the idea there is that if you purchased it, you should be able to then download it. And then once it's downloaded, so let's test something here. Let's download the image manager. Okay, so it was downloaded and I have to restart my application in order to install that. So let's close and reopen again. Okay, and I'll go to this private page and why is that not? I should have downloaded it. It's like it didn't install it for some reason. Try to download this one. Okay. Maybe it's because sorry. There's a lot of moving parts to this kind of a demo. And it was all going pretty well. Okay, so that license module was installed. All right. And if I go to this page and I add the license module to it, all right. By default, because I'm in a local host environment, and this is for people who are doing development, obviously I don't want to keep seeing license messages all the time. It says it's licensed. However, there is a, actually that's not going to work in this case, but there is a switch that you can use to enable testing so that you can see the license component, but that's not available for this particular module. It was only available for the other module, which didn't seem to work for some reason. Anyways, I think that that kind of wraps up the overall demo. The thing is with the Oqtane marketplace, so you can install modules, but Oqtane also has the ability to change the look and feel of the application as well with themes. And so you can install other types of themes as well. And a theme being, you know, the structure of the application, the colors, the look and feel. Sometimes, you know, a theme might, well, a theme is pretty common, I think, for a lot of content management systems. And so there's two different types of opportunities for developers who want to build extensions. One would be to build applications, and the other would be to build themes, which can control the look and feel. Yeah, and so I think that that sort of gives the entire picture, yeah, of the Oqtane marketplace. Obviously, it was only released within the last month. The sandbox, I think, was only created last week. So you are seeing some fairly new bits, and that's obviously why that there is still some quirks there. But you can sort of see the direction that it's headed and the sort of broad scope of capabilities which it intends to offer. both for e-commerce, for licensing, for support, to be that sort of full service marketplace. And I think that's all I have for now, Joe.
Cool. That was awesome. I think Kevin's going to be joining. Yes, Kevin's here too. It's
I'm
nothing
here.
like live demos. If you missed the beginning of this, we had the same problem when we apparently forgot, or I forgot, when we were launching the DNF Summit site to change the YouTube URL, so it was showing the old version. So, like a minute before we started scrambling to republish the site to get the new YouTube channel on there. So we were talking about our production woes.
Yep.
We
Yeah.
needed another pandemic, because we were all really good at this during the pandemic, and then pandemic ended and we all got really bad at it. So
it's that mix of virtual presentations and in person now. It's it's a bit rough. Let's see. I didn't notice any. Oh, there might be a question. I see a comment now.
No, Jeremy's being our cheerleader as always.
Yes, he is. He's just,
Jeremy is on the project committee, and he's been on it for as long as I have. So his work is much appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Jeremy. And my condolences for your Surface EOL, Jeremy. Okay, cool. I think we have our next presenter. Thank you very much, Sean, for taking time. We'll see you again in about an hour.
Yeah, in about an hour. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to doing that session on open source sustainability.
Yeah, it's a great session. I'm looking forward to it again. Okay, see you in a little bit. Oh, he's not here yet. Oops.
Oh no.
So it's time to talk. I thought I saw him.
Gun, Joe. Well, we don't have Sean anymore, but what's actually interesting is I have people in our local community that have actually been asking about Oqtane, and I'm like, I know the guy who makes it. Like, I'll direct you to him. We have one guy in our local community who wants to do a presentation on it. So Oqtane is definitely picking up some speed in the community. So it'll be interesting to see where it is in a year or so.
Yeah, no, it's definitely growing, and I feel like there was a pun somewhere there with picking up speed and Oqtane, but it just didn't come to me. Oh man.
All right, so we're just killing time till our next presenter shows up.
Killing time until the next presenter shows up.
Joe, what's your next conference? Let's talk community stuff. Where are you going next?
Community stuff. Let's see. My next event, actually, technically, my next one is virtual. I'm speaking virtually in Louisville, Lurville, depending on how you pronounce
Louisville. Yeah. Yeah.
.NET user group. I'm doing a talk on tips and tricks, debugging tips and tricks with Visual Studio. It's one of my favorite talks. I've been doing it for 13, 14 years, and there's always something that someone doesn't know when I do the talk. There's always a tip or trick in there that someone's like, I never knew that. There's one that's almost guaranteed. It's a feature that's been in Visual Studio for 15 years that no one ever knows about. I've had 2 people in the 40 or 50 times I've given this talk that actually knew about it.
All right, so which one is it?
There's an attribute you can add called debugger display attribute.
Okay.
That allows you to override your debugger display. So like if you're going into your watch window or immediate window and you have an object, let's say a person object, and you do, print person or look at it, it'll just say, namespace dot person. That's it. Well, if you give the debugger display attribute, you can actually control what's being displayed there. So you can display first name, last name, email address.
Okay.
So time the debugger wants to display a person, it'll display those attributes instead of just the word person.
I don't think I known that. I've always just overridden toString.
That's what a lot of people do, and then print two-string. If you just do debugger display, and then you can kind of control what's displayed in your code, and it's super helpful. It works very well with objects, and the good thing about it is that you don't have to muck up your source code by overwriting the two-string, even though the debugger display goes into source, but at least it's a common way, and it's only for debugging and not necessarily like the two-string, because some people might want to use a two-string.
Yeah.
Something else.
I like that idea. I'm going to put that one in my back pocket. Try that. Actually, I have some code I can go refactor right now where I think we're doing a two-string.
Yeah, I put a link in a blog post I have in the chat. Most people don't know it's super helpful. And then I go to India in 3 weeks for the annual C# Corner Conference in Delhi, where I got each day we're presenting at a different university in India, so I get to talk about .NET with a bunch of students in India for 5 days, which is kind of awesome. What about you?
That looks like a lot of fun. I've seen your pictures from previous years, and I would love to do something like that one day. That looked like a lot of fun.
It is. It's definitely an experience, not only from just the conference itself, just the country, and seeing how life is different from the other side of the world, from where you and I live. There's lots to see and lots to do there.
So you're asking my next conference. I am actually on a bit of a break. Probably Tech Bash in November is my next conference. I didn't get selected for anything in September, October. So I guess it's just out of non-popularity. I
don't know, because I don't know if anything that was really in September and October this year. A lot of them seem to move into the November, December timeline. Like I think I'm going the last week of November and first week of December. There's like 7 conferences.
I'm pulling back on some events now. Just my kids are getting to that age where I need to be around a little bit more, so I'm not trying to book myself as often. Or if I'm submitting to a conference, it's a very specific conference I want to go to. So I'll have plenty of time in 10-15 years when kids are out of the house.
I'm at that age now where the kids are just about out of the house, so I have the time, assuming work lets me, go out and start exploring.
Yeah. Joe, you're in a different country every week. When are you ever home working?
Well, up until Monday, I wasn't working anywhere until I got a new job. So that's part of being in the community, is doing a lot of that. Speaking, spreading the word.
So if you're out there and you want Joe or myself for your conference, you should talk to us. Our Twitters are right
below.
Yeah.
And for most of us, you can find us on any social media with that handle. I think we're looking. Jeff is here, maybe ready. Ready, Jeff? He's not answering the chat, but he's here. I can see him.
There he is.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Fantastic. How
you doing, Jeff? It's been a while.
Kevin.
Hey.
I know. Great to be here.
Your volume's a little low.
Okay.
There
he is.
It's a little low?
No, you're good.
Now you're good.
Good. Okay. I thought I was as high as I could go.
Keep repositioning the mic.
No,
you ready to get your stuff going?
Yeah, I'm ready to rock.
Okay.
All right. So let me present and share the screen. Okay, entire screen. That one. All right, just somebody can give me some confirmation that it's all good.
Yep, you're good.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Okay. So I'm pleased to be here at the .NET Foundation Summit, and I love this particular topic, and it applies to open source projects as well as to just any other application. But I'd like to talk today about how to set up how to set up an open source project for high quality, for being able to take contributions, and effectively, it's the iteration zero concept for open source projects. It's the platform engineering elements in a code base that happens to be an open source project, happens to be able to take contributions from lots of other people. And the interesting thing as we go through here is you'll find a lot of these concepts are the same for software applications, but it's just a little bit different for open source projects. And so we'll go through that. For those of you not familiar with me, my name is Jeffrey Palermo. I am a chief architect at ClearMeasure, and I've been privileged to be in the Microsoft MVP program since 2006. I started programming in 1995. I got my first programming job in 1997. And then I started a consulting company for myself about 10 years ago, which is ClearMeasure. And we're a software architecture and engineering firm. And I love teaching and speaking. I've written 4 books on various .NET topics, and I ran the Austin.NET user group for about 5 years, and started an Agile user group back in the day. And also my hobby is 2 wheels, and so I love amateur dirt bike racing, cross country, and through the woods. And I live about an hour west of Austin, Texas, just where the country starts and the neighborhoods kind of start waning down. My email address is here on the screen. I encourage you to send me an email with any questions whatsoever, and I'd love to get back with you. I do have the privilege of being able to give away digital individual copies of my latest book, .NET DevOps for Azure. And so if anybody wants one of those, just email me. And I'm going to reference the open source reference implementation that was kind of the basis of the book here as well. I'm also the host of the Azure DevOps podcast. If you like to listen to podcasts, you can look at that. All right, let me give you the context of what I'd like to talk about today, which is platform engineering for open source projects. And I wanted to give you the context of where I'm coming from. And I know with the .NET Foundation, the member project that's listed next to my name is MVC Contrib. And some of you, looking at the outline of the slate of speakers are looking, it's like, MVC Contrib, isn't that like really old? And well, that's true. It's really old. And so I'm not saying use this project, because if you're using ASP.NET MVC with .NET Framework, then yeah, MVC Contrib has a lot of cool stuff in it. And it had a lot of examples. And actually my 3 editions of the book, ASP.NET MVC in Action, there was a lot of content that kind of made it into MVC Contrib. And my co-authors of that book, Jimmy Bogard and Ben Sherman, were kind of instrumental as well. And then the 2nd edition, Eric Hexter came on and was a co-author. And I would say that Eric Hexter is responsible for most of the platform engineering that went into MVC Contrib, the builds and the testing and just the automation. But that was kind of the first project that I submitted to the .NET Foundation whenever the CodePlex Foundation kind of went off to the side and the .NET Foundation was coming board. But I do want to give some more modern examples that are relevant, and you can take the code and you can use it to jumpstart yourself. And that's from two different open source projects, one called Blazor MVC and the other called Onion DevOps. And Onion DevOps, that is actually several different, there's been a chain of repositories of reference implementations of fully capable DevOps pipelines that ultimately went into being the example base for my book, .NET DevOps for Azure. And .NET DevOps for Azure came out in 2019, and I am in talks with the publisher for a second edition because, of course, the tooling has been updated and there's various changes, but the principles are the same. Okay. And so back in 2014, and by the way, I'm going to take all of the links here and put them in the chat so that you don't have to copy them. But by all means, if you want to screen share this, and this is being recorded, but I'll take all these links and put them in the chat. In 2014, I did a series of talks, and one of them is recorded here on YouTube from the Austin.NET user group, and created just a general iteration 0 application, because there's a big problem that exists in Visual Studio and development in general. I don't think IntelliJ is any better. I don't think any of the tools are any better. VS Code is not any better. When you create a new Git repository, when you create a new application, whether it be just a library or something that has a user interface and a database and all kinds of other things, when you create a new code base, and actually this, regardless if you intend to open source it and gain contributors, or if this is just something that you're working on at work and you're doing a new application, or even a new smaller service, a new micro-ish service, you have a new Git repository and you do file new project in Visual Studio, and it doesn't ask you what type of code base that you would like to create. It doesn't ask you what type of application. It doesn't ask you what type of library. What it asks you is, what type of user interface would you like to couple yourself to today? That's what it asks. Would you like to do WPF? Would you like to do Blazor? Would you like to do WinForms? And then, of course, none of the above, none of the above. What would you like to do? A class library. Now, there's lots of open source libraries, and so many of the examples out on the web and available for DevOps are for applications, DevOps applications. And you might say, well, all this is a library. And certainly you can open source just a library, and you can say, you know what, I'm just going to put some code together, and I'm just gonna package it up in a NuGet package, and I'm going to post it to NuGet.org, and that's all I'm going to do. And that's fine. And there's value in doing that and sharing it. And you know what? If there's not that much code, then there's not much that can go wrong. But as the code base grows, you need a little bit more structure in order to keep from breaking future releases. And so I'm gonna walk through some of the concepts here and share with you what I believe are the absolute must-haves when you're putting together your platform engineering strategy for your open source projects. And I know that open source, there's so many different types of open source. And actually, I have two right here. One, Blazor MVC is a teeny tiny, absolutely fingernail-sized joke of a library of how small it is. And people that are using it, a lot of them just go and copy the 8 code files into their own Blazor application and then make little modifications. And that's perfectly fine. That's fantastic that you're getting benefit from it, to use a model view controller, to be able to segment controllers from views in a Blazor application versus using it in library form. But Blazor MVC kind of came from a larger application that pioneered the pattern of being able to separate a Blazor controller from a Blazor view, given that both of them are components. And basically, it was extracted. Those code files were extracted and genericized, and now there's an open source library. So that's one type of open source project, and that's already useful to thousands of people. And another type is the Onion DevOps, the Onion DevOps line, the 3 different versions here, and the latest is what we're calling Onion Architecture or Onion DevOps Architecture, and it's a .NET 7 application deployed to container apps, and it has several variations. So let me just walk you through here, just so we have the context, and I'm going to go through what are the must-haves when putting together your platform engineering strategy for your open source project. So let's go there. Let me pop over. Okay, so we are in Blazor MVC, which is right here. Okay, and I have it hooked up to GitHub Actions, and I'll walk through that. But just so that you can see, it's a /github.com/Jeffrey Palermo/Blazor MVC. Okay, so clean up tabs here. All right, I'm going to pull it open in Visual Studio and just show you the Visual Studio solution structure, and then we'll go into the builds. But let me run this. Okay, Control F5. I'm just going to run it, and I believe that it. I need to close it and reopen. Okay. There we go. Okay, 702. Well, hold on. Didn't pop up for me. Let me do this again. Oh, 7025. Huh. It helps when you put in the right port number. And I don't know why it didn't pop up automatically. It normally does that. Okay, here it is. And notice what we're running is we are running sample.webassembly.net 6. Okay, that's one of the sample applications because Blazor MVC is a library. But in order to illustrate it for anyone, we have to have some sample applications that put the library to use. All right, so what does it do? Well, one thing that it does is it separates views from controllers, which I'll show you, but it also has built-in eventing across controllers. So you see that there is a time that is updating. Okay, I'll show you how that's happening. Of course, the counter works normally, fetch data works normally, but then I can add children. So I have the counter component. I'm adding a child here, and each one of these children is independent, but you see they each seem to be getting these messages here that is updating the time, and yet they're independent. And I can create as many children as possible. So there's just a few basic capabilities. And by the way, the experience back with ASP.NET MVC and MVC Contrib, so though these key features of coming forward, the concept of a subcontroller and the concept of a child controller and some of the dynamic nature of that has been ported over, as well as an event bus, something that wasn't really easy to do in the ASP.NET MVC days because of the stateless nature of the applications, is stateful UI messaging, where one part of the screen, one part of the application can send a message to another. So let me just walk you through here what it generally looks like. I'm not going to go through the library just yet, but the usage of the application. So I've taken, and we have the latest stable version of .NET, .NET 6, and then we also have a WebAssembly on .NET Core 3.1, and we also have a Blazor server side on .NET 6, different samples, just so we can demonstrate that it works. So I'm going to go to the counter controller because everybody understands that. and actually go to the counter view first. The counter view has only HTML markup, and it has some properties that can be set. Okay. And so on increment is an action, just it's a callback. And then we have an integer, and then we've added the time. If I go to the counter controller, and by the way, our view inherits from Blazor MVC.view component base. I go to my controller, and this class inherits from controller component base. Each of these inherits from the Blazor component class that Microsoft gives us. So the controller designates what its view is, and the controller gets on the call stack first and takes control of the route. Okay. And so the controller is on the stack first, and then it delegates to the view. That is the big key difference between MVC and MVVM. Okay. MVVM, from a pattern perspective, the view gets on the call stack first and then delegates to the view model, which is the class that has more logic in it. So I look at the view model and the controller. They have controlling logic that interacts with the back end of the application. But the key in model view controller is that the controller comes into existence first and chooses its view. And so if the controller only has one view, well, then you can just specify it right there and it'll get spun up. If the controller needs to execute some logic and then choose between view A and view B, well, then you just inherit from the regular non-generic base class, and then you can choose which view you want. But either way, that's the key of this pattern, is that I'm not really ready to have the Blazor component that has the markup in it, because I need something to happen. I need some logic to happen, and then I'm going to choose my view. And so what we have on view initialized, we're setting our callback increment count. And of course, when that button gets clicked, this method gets invoked because of the callback. And then we can increment the count. The controller owns the state. Okay. And then we're just setting a property on the view. All right. That's how we're separating controller from view in a Blazor application. Now, check out this handle in this iListener. That is the event bus. Okay. If we implement iListener of something, then of course we have to implement a method and we can do something. But how is this happening? Well, let's go to the app.razor. Now this is normally all that's here, but we can have an application controller in this as well. So I've broken this out to application controller. Let me go back to app view. Notice that also inherits from view component base, because this is essentially a view. And now we've factored out an app controller, and now I can have some code completely divorced from any markup that just does something. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add the heartbeat controller. And these base classes have a helper method called append render fragment. You could say controls.add or add child, or children.add. In the WPF, in the WinForm space, it was all about the controls collection, controls.add. Well, in the Blazor area, you think of child controls as a render fragment. That's the term for a child piece of a screen. And it doesn't even have to have a visible part of the screen. So we're going to add render fragment heartbeat controller. Let me go into heartbeat controller, and I'm not going to use the keyboard shortcut so you can see where I'm going, see where it is. Heartbeat controller inherits from MVC controller base, MVC component base, which means it doesn't even have a view. Okay. And all it's doing on a timer is bus.notify, and then this little tiny event class called application heartbeat, which if I pop into it, that's it. It's just a data transfer object. Okay. And so datetime.now. So every second, we are essentially sending this down a notification bus, or IUI bus, which is in Blazor MVC. And in counter controller, we are receiving that, and here we are. Okay. All right. That's the gist of it. And in index.razor, we're also we're also making use of a collection of fragments, and we're using the built-in fragment builder to get the render fragment of counter controller. Effectively, this creates a new instance of counter controller, which then creates an instance of counter view. And that's how we get the functionality where, if I refresh this, where I can add a child and do that multiple times. Okay. All right. So that's what that does. And if I go to the other one, Blazor MVC, this one, the onion architecture. This, I'm looking at the GitHub Actions pipeline run. This is a empty shell of an application with a website, and it has a SQL Server database, and it is containerized and deployed to an Azure Container app using Azure SQL. So that's the context of that. This is where it is. If you can read this small text, you can go to this particular URL and see that, okay, it's live. It's just an empty shell of an application. And the reason I'm showing you that is because it is, and if you look in here, there's hardly any anything new other than the shell of the application. This open source project exists to be a reference implementation of a complete DevOps environment. Actually, regardless if you intend to make what's in this code base open source or not. So this Git repository, open source, but its purpose is to be a reference implementation so that you can put in place a complete automated DevOps environment for whatever you're building. Okay. And I'm going to talk about what all the required elements are and how certain pieces of them are of explicit importance in the open source context. So let me kind of give you a quick tour of some of the key things, and then we'll go back and talk about concepts. All right. All right, I'm going to open. There we go. All right, here's the working copy, and you can kind of see the Visual Studio view on the right. Click to build.bat. That's a helper. That's a helper function that just exists. And by the way, all these top level build artifacts, I tend to add them as solution items just to make it easy, and then put the actual Visual Studio solution down in here. And so let me go to just one at a time. Click to build.bat. This is all it is. It adds a pause. It makes it mouse friendly. Sometimes it's nice just to open it up and double click. Okay. But ultimately it's going to build.bat. And build.bat actually does a little bit of PowerShell wrangling so that you can bypass the execution policy and execute the private build PS1. What is private build PS1? Well, it basically executes the private build task of the build script. Okay. A little bit of chaining here. These are just helper for niceties that tend to be very useful. But the master build script is build.ps1. This build script and some of the patterns of it go all the way back to the 90s into the accessibility portion of the Windows team. I have to give credit to Steve Doney for teaching me a lot of these patterns when we worked together back in, I think it was 2005, and he had previously worked at Microsoft in the accessibility area of Windows in the 90s, and he had learned how to make C++ make files, and he brought the patterns of those, the general order. So in the build script, you want to pull out all of the common things to the top, and those are, hey, what's the name of the project? And that's going to be your solution file. Where can I find the source? I have some standard test projects. every code base, I say every 90 something percent of code bases need to have some unit tests. And then they need to have some integration tests for those tests that aren't unit tests because we're, crossing memory boundaries or whatnot. And then we need some full system acceptance tests. Those are tests that have to be run to a fully deployed instance of the application or library or whatever you're building. If your open source project is only a library, your full system testing can only be done when your library has been added to an application and the application at least calls a few lines of code from the library. So you need these. All right. And then if your application has, a UI, if it has a database, those are very, very common. If it's just an open source library, then you might not have those. And then if you have a database, you're going to have some database environment set up, even if it's only MS SQL local DB and AliasQL is our database migration tool. And now here's the general gist of a build script. And actually, I'm going to do the simpler version first over in Blazor MVC. I'm going to do the simpler version first because this doesn't have a database. It's just a library. All right. But you see the same pattern, Oh, by the way, your version. We are getting our version from the build number of the environment. Okay. And so whatever build server that you're using, they all tend to put the version number and various other things in environment variables, and you can get those from PowerShell. Okay. Chances are you're not going to do just one build. You're going to do it over and over again. And so you want to clean all of the various temporary files. And so that's what this is for. And then you want to do a compile. Doing just a .NET build tends to be woefully inadequate, but it takes a little while to curate what type of command line arguments that you need. And when doing a build, your build tends to still do a .NET restore. Notice that I put the .NET restore right at the beginning when we were initializing. Why? Well, .NET build does a restore, but then later on when you run .NET test, well, that also does a restore. And if you're running builds, that's just a waste of time. It really is. It's a waste of time. And so if you're going to do a compilation and then you're going to run unit tests, then you're going to run integration tests, well, that's 3 times that you might go out to NuGet and check to see if you need any new packages. That's a waste. So you want to put a premium on build time. And so we do our restore once. And then when we do our .NET build, we don't restore because we've already done that. Okay. We've already done that. And then we can pass in our verbosity to what we've done. Because in some diagnostics, you want to change the verbosity of all of the times that you call .NET.exe, not only for building, but for restoring and for running tests. So that's what we do. Also, treating warnings as errors. I'm going to come back to that when we talk about pull requests, because when we're developing in Visual Studio, oftentimes we're trying to get something working. And if we have treating warnings as errors in every project and we can't get around it, that actually gets in our way. And just from a practical standpoint, there's a reason why so many developers out there do not have treat warnings as errors turned on, because when you're in the middle of developing something and you have to satisfy all these warnings just to see if something is going to work right, it slows you down. And so a great balance of that is don't have warnings as errors set in all of your project files, but when you run your compilation at the solution level, override the property and set it to true in your build for the entire solution. And then now you don't have any warnings actually getting in as commits into your code base, but you can still sidestep the pain of having it hard coded into all the project files. All right. And then these are self-explanatory. After that, we do our unit tests, .NET test. And by the way, code coverage, collecting code coverage using coverlet collector, it's a little bit tricky. And so if you've never integrated code coverage, lines of code coverage metrics in the running of your tests, by all means, just copy these command lines and get it going, because this does it properly. All right. And by the way, whether you're using Azure Pipelines or GitHub Actions or TeamCity, you can expose those reports. All right, so that's your unit test run. Here's your integration test run. And then here's the acceptance test run, okay? And the acceptance tests, it's going to be a little bit different depending on what your project is. If your project is just a library and you just need to have a sample application that references it so that you can start up the sample application and maybe run something, then this is the right pattern for you, because Blazor MVC definitely falls into that, where it needs to be added to a particular project so you can actually try out something. And so what we do is we set the environment variable to whatever port number we have in our launch settings, and then we start the process .NET.exe and we run the project, and we choose whichever sample we're going to have to run our full system acceptance tests on. And start sleep, we just let it sleep for a second just to finish spinning up. And then we run our full system tests with in-unit. And in this case, there's an example Selenium test that validates. So if I were to, and just to show you, 725, make sure that this is still running, because I'm not going to run the full build script there. But if I go over here and I just go into acceptance tests, and there's one example test in here for you. But if I was to open this up and run this test, and it's pulling it up, hands on the keyboard, it's done. It was literally that fast. Okay. What did it do actually? Well, it just pulled it up, found an element, clicked on an element, took a screenshot, and then did a should contain. That's it. Okay. So it's pretty simple. I'm not going to go into detail about how to run that kind of tests, but the pattern is you need to have that test. Okay. All right. So after we run that, and by the way, given that we're just testing a library, you don't even have to deploy this application, because with .NET Run, you can just run it locally and you're kind of in a suitable deployed environment. So it makes it simple. All right. And then of course, we're going to stop the process. After that, we want to package what we've done. Okay. And at the bottom, we have private build, which is a series of steps. And then we have CI build for our GitHub Action pipeline. All right. So if we go over to the project that is more than just a library, then we're going to see a few extra things. All right. Again, we have some database concerns here because it's not just a library. And I remember, what was it, 15 years ago, Eric Hexter and I collaborated on a application called Code Camp Server, which would help user groups do 1 and 2 day local conferences. And that was a full application. That was an open source project, and people could just spin it up and use it and deploy it to wherever they're going to deploy it and run it. But that was fun. All right. So we see compile. That's kind of the same pattern. And we have unit tests. It's the same pattern. We have integration tests. It's the same pattern. We have our acceptance tests. It's the same pattern, but it's just a different project. But it's the same pattern. We also have migrating the database, which effectively just creates a local version of the database. And then we have our packaging. In this case, we're going to package up the user interface. We're going to package up the database. We're going to package up our acceptance tests, because in this case, our full system acceptance tests, they actually have to be run in a different place than the build server, because we need to deploy this full application with the UI, with the database running in Azure SQL, and we need to have the test run against a fully deployed instance at a later stage in the pipeline. So we need to package up those tests so we have them. And then also for creating environments in Azure from scratch using infrastructure as code techniques, we create a package with scripts specifically for deploying. Okay, so if I was to want to package everything, well, these are the subtasks, and I would do that. And my favorite command line for actually creating packages, NuGet packages that are meant for deploying, is actually a .NET tool from Octopus Deploy. It's octopus.net.cli, and we just install that into our .NET.exe tooling, and it just makes it completely easy and seamless, layered on top of NuGet.exe. So our private build, you notice that we have migrate database local as an additional one. And for our CI build, we have package instead. Okay. Now I can run my full system acceptance test locally because I have a local version of the database and I can run the web application locally. But on the build server, I wanted to package this up and then deploy to a suitable environment in Azure to make sure that that still works, because everything that we do answers a specific question. I want to go through those questions. All right. So I know this is a lot of techie stuff going through the build server, going through the build script, but let's talk about the different concepts at play here. So, all right. And there's a lot of technology partners in the DevOps space that are Microsoft partners, and I have some logos represented here. But this is the general structure of a complete automated DevOps environment. And by the way, I know there's a lot of small text here. This is really meant to be printed on a 2-foot by 3-foot poster board. If anybody would like a high resolution PDF copy of this DevOps architecture poster, then by all means, send me an email. I'll be happy to send you the poster. Actually, this is just the top third. This is actually the full poster, but we're kind of zooming in on the top third just so I can go through the different steps. So obviously we have our source control, and then we have our build server infrastructure that's watching source control. And then we have our continuous integration build. Okay. Now there's a few steps in between there. On our local workstation, the developer needs to have a private build. That's the first stage of continuous integration. Continuous integration as a pattern was developed in 2006, and or it was developed leading up to a book publishing in 2006 titled Continuous Integration, published by Addison Wesley Publishers, and it was the first industry book that really defined the practice, and it defined it as 3 stages: the commit stage, and the integration stage, and the deployment stage. The commit stage was on a developer's workstation, and that's where we got our patterns for our private build. The concept of a private build versus an integration build. And of course, the integration build is colloquially known as the CI build, right? So the private build runs completely on a developer's workstation, and it doesn't reach out to any resources. I mean, you could have no network whatsoever, and you could run your private build. You could be on a plane, you could be on the moon, and you should be able to run the private build. So everything necessary for the application to run and test itself needs to be set up on the local workstation, through the build script. Then you have your integration build, which kicks off. And then after that, we package up everything that's necessary to be packaged, and we store it in a package manager. NuGet is our favorite one. It's integrated right in with Azure DevOps. It's also integrated with GitHub in their package repository, and it's also integrated with TeamCity Cloud Edition, as many others. Pretty much every build server technology has some sort of package manager solution that supports the NuGet format. After that, at that point, we have a release candidate. We have a version number. It's been named, it's been numbered, and we have a candidate for release. And if you have a full application that you're going to run in a production environment, then you would have at a minimum, a 3-stage deployment pipeline where you deploy from environment to environment all up to production. And if your open source project needs to be validated with, if your open source project is an application, then you need all of this. If your open source project is a library, then you have at least one sample application that makes use of the library, and you need to deploy that sample application to make sure that it runs, unless it's a super, super trivial. If your library doesn't have any dependencies whatsoever and it's just a little bit of logic, then you can get away with just having a continuous integration build that kind of just runs it locally, and that's fine. The simpler the project, the less you need. But so many open source projects are pretty significant in nature, and you don't actually know if they still work with the next version of .NET unless you run an application in a fully deployed environment. So the first environment is our test automation environment, where we run our full system acceptance tests. The next one is a manual test environment, where whoever is preparing a change for a pull request would want to see it with his own eyes. And then, of course, you have production if you're going to run it and leave that running. So you can, for an open source library that just needs a sample application, you don't need production, you just need the manual test environment. And we do specific things in each one of them, which kind of out of the scope of this talk. But let's talk about some things to think about at each stage. Let's start with source control. You want to have one logical application or library in a single Git repository. This used to be more of a problem than it is now, with so many people kind of realizing that monolithic or very, very large Git repositories or source control repositories of any kind end up being difficult to maintain. We've kind of broken it down. In some cases, our industry is swinging to the opposite side of the pendulum, where we're breaking it down too much. But the long and short of it is, if you have one logical piece of software from an architectural perspective, it needs to go in one Git repository. And if you find yourself tempted to have two different pipelines or different packaging or different builds, that may be a sign that you actually have two logical pieces of software in your Git repository and they need to be split out. All of the automation tools that are out there in the industry for DevOps are basically designed to operate on everything that is within a single Git repository. So if you find yourself needing to have those tools operate on just a segment or one path of a Git repository, it might mean that you have more than one logical piece of software in your Git repository, and you can split those out. So that's important. Now, this is one of my artfully drawn structures of a test, and I want to take a little detour to talk about what a test is, because there's all kinds of tests, and a test is an abstract concept, but it has a few stages. It has setup, and then it has some steps that you do or you take action, and then it has some asserts, which are another set of steps. So the setup or arrange, and if any of you have been trained in test-driven development, then you've seen arrange, act, assert, where you get ready to do a test, then you do it, and then you check to make sure that those things happen. That's what a test is, okay? Now, let's raise up the test of a notion, of an abstract notion. So in C#, we are used to, making interfaces for abstractions. I test. We name them I test. Well, a private build is also a test, and an integration build is also a test. And so those concepts have some setup. They have some steps to do to execute it, and they have some steps to check that everything went right. Same thing with the integration build. It's a test, and it has arrange, act, assert. It has setup, It has steps, and it's that concept. All right. I'll go forward. And let's talk about how they intersect with each other. You have your private build, you have your CI build, and the best arrangement is to use the same build scripts for both. And you can see on the diagram where they diverge. Both the integration build and the private build have the same steps for arranging, have the same steps for acting, and have some of the same steps for asserting. Okay, let's talk about where they are divergent. After the integration tests run, oftentimes the integration build will have more assert steps. Static code analysis is one of those. If you have certain rules above, no, the basics of static code analysis is treat warnings as errors. Okay, that's the most basic one. But whether you use SonarQube or ReSharper inspect code, that's static code analysis. Then in integration build, you may want to publish the test results, and then of course package up, which is an extra step, and then publish them to your NuGet repository, whichever one you've chosen. All right. The next flow, and this is the culmination of platform engineering for open source projects. And I'm specifically not including in this talk any discussion of the Kanban board, the work tracking. It's just not relevant. And so what I am highlighting is the pull request workflow. Okay, that's what I'm going to highlight. So the flow, and by the way, the reason I'm highlighting that is because it's one thing to develop some code yourself and share it with the world, and that's fantastic. That's great. If nobody ever shared their works of art, their paintings, their music, then nobody else can benefit from it. Same thing with software. All right, if that's all you do and that's all your open source journey is hey, I developed this and I think it's kind of neat and let me share it. That's fantastic. Please do it. And by the way, if you have some code that you'd like to share and it doesn't have any of these concepts baked into it, and you're thinking, oh, I better not share it, somebody will criticize me that I don't have, X or Y or Z, or I don't even have a build script, and all it is just some code that I thought was useful. That's head trash. Don't even worry about that. Just put it out there. Let people benefit from it. Okay. But the crux here is, if you want to run an open source project that is going to effectively integrate committers and is going to effectively encourage the integration of changes from other people, then you need this workflow. Okay. And that will keep you safe, and that'll keep you from going crazy, because without this, you become the QA team. If you're going to accept pull requests and contributions from other people and you don't have this flow, then effectively you, as the maintainer, become quality control. You become the tester. You become the person that makes sure that contributions from the outside don't break things. And if you put yourself in that position, you are going to get tired. You are going to start to resent the people that are contributing things. You're going to start to resent open source. Okay, so let's go through this. First part, the private build. Why is it important for this open source contribution flow, the pull request flow? And by the way, I'm not going to talk about specifying test scenarios because that goes into work tracking and figuring out what you're going to build and the scope of what you're going to build and all the different pathways through what you're going to build. If you have that, you have to manage your issues, and if someone's going to take an issue, you have to decide, does it have a happy path? Does it have one or two exception paths? And however many paths through the functionality, that's how many test scenarios you have. So let's go right past changing code, and let's talk about the private build. Well, every one of these stages does something important, and certain ones of these answer important questions. For the private build answers the question, Am I still stable? Is this code base still stable? I just made a change. Is it still stable? Can I share what I've changed? And by the way, this is from the perspective of someone who's going to contribute a pull request. All right. I've made a change. Can I share what I've changed? Or did I make a change and I just broke something and I wasn't even aware? And so guess what? In your private build, you need to have tests that exercise every piece of the functionality in your project. Because if you don't, somebody's going to make a change and they are not going to know that they broke something. Right. Next is the integration build. You make a number of commits and you run your private build multiple times. And then you think, oh, I'm finished. Let me do a commit to my fork of the repository. And that way, the integration build, the integration build can run. And actually on GitHub, what ends up happening is someone submits the pull request and then the integration build, the GitHub Action workflow, that is going to run on the submitted pull request. And so that's when it runs. But essentially, the integration build answers the question, does the code from the contributor mixed with the code maybe coming in from the other contributors, my dog's barking here, does that code still work? Did anything break, however small? All right. The code that I just changed and the code from a contributor, did anything break, even if it was a small breakage? All right. We need to get that code answered. All right. Then fast forwarding to the deployment. Whether we're deploying a sample project or whether our open source project is an application or a reference implementation of an application. The full system acceptance test, the deployment answers the question, does the release candidate produced from the integration build that have my changes in it, does that release candidate still deploy properly? Whatever deploying means for that particular code base. Does it still deploy properly? We need that answer to be yes, okay? If we change something in a library and the sample application that uses the library now somehow doesn't deploy or doesn't even start up, well, that's a problem, okay? So we need something that answers that question for us. And then our full system acceptance test, that answers the question, does the deployed application that's running in the intended environment still do what it's supposed to do? Okay. And so we need a sufficient number of automated test cases that operate at a complete application level to answer that question. Now that the application is deployed and it's running in an intended environment, and in the case of my Onion DevOps sample, the intended environment was deployed in the Azure Container App Service with a SQL Server database running in Azure SQL. Does it still do what it's supposed to do or not? And then our inspection step it's a pull request inspection. That answers the question, does this mix of code changes, does this mix of changes to the code, does it meet the social and engineering standards of the project? Okay, so let me show you what that looks like. A pull request inspection. So let's go back to the working copy and let's go into the GitHub repository, GitHub folder. Now in workflow, you can see the .NET YAML. I'm not going to go into that file, but at the top level, .github, we have a pull request template.markdown file. Okay. You put this file in here, and when someone submits a pull request, this text will be pre-populated into the body of the pull request, and these actually become check marks that are stored as a Boolean in the pull request, so that as the pull request is being submitted, the submitter can check the boxes so that they believe that they are doing everything necessary to meet the standards, the social and engineering standards of your project. And then when you go to approve it, you or anybody else that's designated to be a committer or an official maintainer, they don't have to remember which things to check. It's right there as a checklist. And industry research assembled from Capers Jones shows that formal inspections is one of the big 3 quality control tactics that really get your quality up there. Okay, so now that we've done this, I just want to show you what these full system tests look like. I'm gonna pull over to the Azure Pipelines version of this. By the way, this Onion DevOps architecture, we have a Azure DevOps version, Azure DevOps with Octopus Deploy version. We have a GitHub Actions with Octopus Deploy version, and we have a TeamCity Cloud with Octopus Deploy. So any of the popular build servers, we have a version of this sample application. And by the way, on TeamCity, you can log in as a guest. But we have samples that are fully functional in all of the big three sets of DevOps tools. Okay, so you can see that, and we have even feature branches that might have some build breaks on the feature branch while we keep the master clean. Okay, all right. So let's go to the pipeline, and we can visually see here because. Actually, that's the old version. Let me go to the new version. Let me go to the most recent of one with .NET 7 and container apps. And this one is on a branch. Let's go to the latest green on the master branch because we have a lot queued here. We've been doing a lot of feature branching here. And our pipeline, you can see we have our integration build. We build the application. Then we go to the TDD stage, then UAT, then production. And we have checks there, but we have tests also that run. So you can visualize the full system tests, and you can see the test that passed. And you could, let's see. Do we have any attachments on this one? No. Yeah, various tests that you can see. All right. So, and we also have code coverage metrics integrated. So you can grab those if you're not used to doing code coverage. Now, if I go to the GitHub Actions version of this full application, and I go into here, then this is the view of how it looks here. So we are doing our integration build, and then with GitHub Actions, because we're running some on Windows and some on Linux, we have a separate stage where we're doing our Dockerization. Then our TDD, we're creating the environment from scratch. And then as we deploy to the next stage, we automatically delete the TDD environment because we don't need a test automation environment when it's not being used. So that's what that looks like. All right. And every step is important. All right, let's go back to PowerPoint. All right. Now, I'm not going to go into detail here, but when you are deploying sample applications, or if your open source project is an application in and of itself, you want to make sure that you're building once, including packaging, and deploying multiple times. Don't make the mistake of having your deployment logic go back to source code and compiling again, because then you're creating a new build and then possible configuration changes, and you have to redo all of your testing. The pattern you should have is that you build it once, you compile it once, you run tests against what you compiled, then you package up what you compiled, and your deployments should operate on your packages. Okay. And your packages need to have everything in them that that downstream usage would have. If it's just a library, it needs to have any initialization scripts when you're adding the library with package manager. If it's an application component, any scripts for configuring the environment. Not that it shouldn't know about what the environment is, but it should know. It should have any helper scripts in deploying to any environment. So that's really important. Okay. All right. So that's a lot of information. I'm going to leave these up here, and I'm going to go to questions. Okay. All right. So, and Joe, you can keep me honest with the time, but do we open it up for questions?
Yeah, there weren't any questions. Some wise commentary about treating errors as warnings. Kevin said if I had warnings treated as errors, I'd never deploy stuff. And then I affectionately said if they were critical, they'd be errors, right? You made a comment at one point about turning on and off your warnings, and Kevin and myself were just playing along with it. You probably should be watching them, but it was more jokingly.
We're not supposed to be role models, Joe. We're Jeff and Jeffrey's the role model. So
well, I'll say, I mean, I have so many repositories out on GitHub. Any of them you can poke holes into, and so I want to really stress that it is more important to share code than it is to wait until you've done everything to whatever level of perfect that you're striving for, waiting to share the code.
It is quite true. More people are worried about being shamed or bullied because their code doesn't fit this standard or this preconceived notion that this is the right thing to do. Yeah. I stopped that belief about, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, whenever I created my Git account. And I was like, people are going to complain. I've been leading software developers for 10 years now, and there's no perfect way. And I might have one way of doing things. Griff has a different way. You have a different way, Jeff. It's just, solving the problem, just not making sure that it's just unreadable and, untestable. Other than that, there's many ways to skin the proverbial cat.
Yeah.
They say, what perfect is the enemy of the good, right? So, number of times I've just put code out there and someone goes, "Hey, have you thought about doing it this way?" And I go, "No, I have not. Teach me." It's all about your mindset.
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. Well, thanks for taking the time, Jeffrey. We will hopefully see you at the next event. And
awesome.
Jeff
And
posted some links to everything.
I just put in all of those links. There's a lot of them. So just in case people didn't get them, they're in the chat. And I think this or the comments.
Yep. They'll be there. Thank you very much, Jeffrey.
Oh, my pleasure. Glad to be here. Thanks for hosting, Kevin and Joe. You guys are doing a great job.
Thanks. While Jeff was presenting, I saw some exciting news that .NET 8 just went to its first release candidate. You can see more about it on the blog post I just put in the comments. So it's kind of new, or kind of exciting. It's going to be released during .NET Conf in another week or so. Or actually, no, another month. Or no, 2 months. Yeah. Oh, it's September. I'm already thinking it's October.
In some way, there's someone saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm still on .NET Framework 3.5. Don't tempt me with this .NET 8 goodness, Joe."
I know, right? When Tomas was speaking, I was like, I got like 3 apps that I run on the side or for community that are still in .NET Framework 4.5 or 4.7, and I'm like, they still need to be upgraded. It's just time, money, and energy to get to it.
I was consulting with a friend the other day, and he had that exact mindset of, "Oh, I have 2 or 3 projects still on .NET Framework, or it's on like .NET Core 3.1." And he says, "I don't know how to get this up to 7 to 8. And I said, "You should go look at the .NET Upgrade Assistant," which is my big tip for anyone watching. That tool is a work of art. Like that thing is amazing. If you're on any non-current version of .NET and you would like to be on a current version of .NET, run it through the .NET Upgrade Assistant, because it will tell you everything you have to do and even do most of it for you. And with as good as these AI tools are getting, I think we're probably like 6-9 months away from it being able to do all the work for you.
Yeah, the first couple of iterations of it weren't awesome, but it's gotten a lot better now.
Yeah,
it's a lot better.
One of
It's not going to solve everything, but it gets you a good 90 to 95% away from most projects.
All right, I think our next presenter's ready.
I am.
Good. It's so much the first time you came back for another round.
Yeah. And I'm last, right? This is the last session of the day.
Yep, last one of the day.
All right. Last but not least. All right. I guess I can get started. I'm going to share my screen. All right. I think we are ready to get started then. And I'm going to talk about open source sustainability today. This is a topic that I addressed in January in the .NET Foundation Summit that occurred then. It was fairly controversial, a little direct, and actually I got a lot of positive feedback about it. And so I'm happy to do another presentation on this topic because I've also added some additional content based on some of the feedback that I got about that original presentation. So I'm Sean Walker. I'm the original creator of .NET Nuke. I'm also the creator of Oqtane, which is my most recent open source project. Also the chair of the .NET Foundation Project Committee. I've been actually volunteering for the foundation since 2014 when it was originally founded. And I've worked with, I guess, all of the executive directors since and the current board. And it's been a good experience for me. I'm currently employed by a couple of companies. So I stepped out on my own, created a consulting company called DevEssence. It's focused on building modern Microsoft-based applications. And then I also created a company called Oqtane Labs, which is focused on the services around the Oqtane open source project. I gave a disclaimer the last time, and I think it's probably appropriate to give a disclaimer again. So some of the material that I'm going to present probably doesn't necessarily reflect the opinions of the .NET Foundation or the board. I've tried to be as objective as possible in the material that I put together, but I would say that open source sustainability is a very opinionated topic. It's a very misunderstood topic. There's definitely a lot of different perspectives on it, and I think they're all valid. But I think it's important to understand that some of the content that I'm presenting is based on my own experiences with open source. And so, of course, I have my own perspective as well, and it doesn't necessarily match the perspective of everyone else. So I guess the reason why I feel that I'm qualified to talk about open source sustainability is I've had a pretty long journey when it comes to open source. I created my first open source project back in 2001, so more than 20 years ago. That project was called .NET Nuke, and it was a community-based project for a number of years. Eventually, we created a company around it, and that was DNN Corp. And we operated that company for a number of years before we decided that we would get more serious on the business side, and we actually raised 3 rounds of venture capital. And we adopted a number of different business models to try and scale the technology and the company to much larger scale. And sort of that journey ended in 2014 for me. And I moved on, worked in consulting. Like I said, also got involved with the .NET Foundation at that time. And then in 2018, I actually decided that I wanted to start another open source project, and that ultimately became Oqtane. And I've been working on that ever since. And only recently did I decide that it was time to get more serious about that project and focus on it full time. And so that's what I've been doing since, I guess, May of this year. And so I guess I've been lucky enough over this time frame to work full time on open source for like 12 years, which is a significant amount of time. And during that time, I've tried just about every business model that you can imagine when it comes to open source. And so based on those experiences, I can share a lot of my own insights into how effective they are and the things you need to be thinking about when it comes to open source sustainability. So starting off, when we refer to the word sustainability, obviously it has a definition. And the true definition of sustainability is avoidance of the depletion of resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. So this is all about maximizing or utilizing resources, but it's also about balance, right? And being able to achieve that sort of optimal balance. And you see this happen in nature. And that's why I have a picture of a bee on a flower here. But there's a lot of things in nature that have great balance to them and have sustainability. But we're going to focus here on this discussion about open source. And so when we're talking about open source sustainability, we are still talking about resources. But in this context, resources refer to the contributors to an open source project. So those people who are actually contributing time and effort and code to open source. Obviously, to be a contributor, you need to have a certain set of attributes. You need to have the expertise in the specific technology that the open source project is built in, and you have to have the time to be able to spend on it. And probably time is one of the most valuable resources and most scarce resources often. Often time equates to money, meaning, if you're not able to generate revenue from something, you're not able to spend time on it. And in order to generate revenue, you do need to have typically some kind of a business model that generates the revenue so that you can spend the time on it. So if we talk a little bit about open source, I think one of the big misconceptions about open source is they think about it as if it's some kind of a fairy tale, right? Because the theory behind it is a software developer creates a cool idea. A lot of people notice this project and they start utilizing it. And so you get a lot of adoption. A lot of people decide that they want to step up and help out and assist, and everything works perfectly. And so no one ever gets burned out. Sad to say that is not the case. That is a big fallacy when it comes to open source, because what's more likely the case is that the software developer that created the project, and perhaps it even got very popular and went viral and has a lot of users, but those users typically are demanding features, they're demanding support, and they're not typically stepping up to provide assistance to that creator of the open source project. And so as a result of that software developer often gets burnt out. And so that causes issues with longer term sustainability of these open source projects. I guess a few other facts that aren't commonly known about open source. So 95% of users that use open source software don't contribute to it. And I'm talking not just in code contributions, but in any way, right? Like logging bugs or participating in the community. So the vast majority of people don't participate. But then if you look at that 5% of the people who actually do participate in open source, 95% of them contribute very little. it's really only the tip of the iceberg, that 5% of the 5% that does the bulk of the heavy lifting when it comes to open source software. The reality is most open source projects are dependent on only one or two contributors. And so you can imagine that, if a project loses a primary contributor, that can often mean the end of a project. And some people refer to this as the bus factor, right? What is the bus factor of an open source project? So how many people know enough about the inner workings of this project and the vision behind it to keep it going if one of the original maintainers decides to move on? Generally, there isn't much succession planning, continuity planning, disaster recovery process that's involved in open source at all. And so that can cause a very big problem when a project comes to an abrupt end. In terms of open source maintainers, there's often sort of this hype cycle that happens when they create an open source project. This hype cycle, I think, is very similar to the famous Gartner hype cycle when it comes to product development. And I've applied it here to open source maintainers. So typically at the very beginning, an open source maintainer has a cool idea and they decide to release their project as an open source project. People start to use it and they feel pretty excited about that because, they didn't know when they released it that it was going to have much adoption or feedback. So if it is one of the lucky open source projects that does generate a lot of adoption, then they start to get excited about that. And that lasts for a period of time. But eventually that sort of reaches the height of excitement. And pretty soon they start to realize, there's a lot of people using this stuff and asking for things, but they're not necessarily helping. They're not necessarily participating. They're not contributing. And so they realize that basically all of the expectations are on them to keep this project going and to respond to the needs of the user community. And so their excitement level starts to drop. And it drops quite significantly over time. Pretty soon they end up in this trough of disillusionment, right? Where they're not quite sure if it was ever a good idea to have released this open source project in the first place. But of course, it's a product that they've created, and they feel an affinity to it, and they want to nurture it, and they want to keep growing it. And so they really struggle with these internal feelings about whether it's worth their time to continue working on it and investing time in it, or whether they should just walk away from it. But this often results in thoughts about how they could make the project more sustainable. And that could be, attracting more contributors or finding some kind of a business model that would allow them to focus more time and effort on the project. And so that results in these waves of optimism where they, get excited for a period of time because they think something's going to pan out. And then maybe their expectations come crashing down to reality again. And so at some point, either they reach a plateau of sustainability where they have enough contributors or they have a business model that can sustain the project and it can go on and it's enough that it can provide what their needs are in terms of continuing to maintain the project. However, what more often happens is they end up on this bottom line abyss of martyrdom where they really feel like they're being taken advantage of, that no one really cares about what they're doing or the value that they're contributing, and people just want to take advantage of them. And so the quote I have here is that success is sometimes harder than failure. This is a little bit of a paradox, but the reality is as an open source project becomes more popular, it obviously gets more usage, and then it becomes harder to manage because if you don't have a sustainable community or business model around it, then all of that pressure falls on one or two people, and it becomes very difficult to move forward. So open source maintainers like to joke about this sometimes. So this comic on the left-hand side was, obviously a Twitter post by someone who is quite notable in the open source community, but, wanted, a rock star developer, responsibilities, merging pull requests, making new features, fixing bugs. In the compensation, you get some stars, some +1s, you get threats, you get public shaming. This is like what open source maintainers often get from all of the work that they put into their open source projects. So other comic, do you have a hobby, and why is it spending all your free time on coding open source software? Sometimes it's like you have to look in the mirror and say, why am I even doing this? And then there's like the external viewpoint on how people fantasize open source projects work, right? They think, oh, there's this, really tight team of individuals who have great chemistry and they're all working together, and it's just a huge team effort. And the reality is it's like one or two people working in isolation, just trying to find the time outside of their other commitments in life, either family or work, to work on their open source project. And then the fact that there is so much adoption of open source at this point in time that almost all modern infrastructure has a dependency on open source in one way or another. And the interesting thing is those dependencies are often dependent on open source projects that only have one or two maintainers that are not being compensated for their work. And so it's a pretty risky set of building blocks, that modern infrastructure is built on when you think about it at the end of the day. So there's a saying that open source is not free as in beer or free as in puppies. So when people talk about free, the original definition of open source wasn't meant to mean that open source was free as in you didn't have to pay for it, right? It was free as in freedom. And some people then related it to puppies, meaning because puppies, of course, if anyone's had a puppy before, it's like a small child that needs a lot of nurturing and care. Open source maintainers kind of look at open source often as it's free as in a toilet, meaning if you've ever been to a public restroom, there's obviously somebody that needs to take care of cleaning it. That person is probably pretty unlucky to have to deal with that. The rest of the people just use and abuse the toilet. And that's what it sometimes feels like when you're maintaining open source software. Taking a step back though, and I think this is what people often don't think about when they get involved in open source projects. There are a whole set of facts related to open source that are pretty clear, and they're pretty clear expectations that are set up front. Open source is based on freedom. That's a fact. Freedom reduces leverage and control over usage, right? Because that's essentially what freedom is, right? You can't control it. Open source project contributors made a decision to give their IP away for free. That was a decision they made at the beginning of the project by giving it an open source license. Users are not obligated to contribute anything back. And contributors are not entitled to receive anything from users. And so I think a lot of people understand this going into open source. When they actually create an open source project, they're aware of this. However, over time, as they start to feel that they're being taken advantage of and that people are getting great value out of the work that they're doing, they start to lose sight of these facts, and they start to let their emotions creep in, and they start to think about their open source project in a different way. There's a bunch of other open source myths as well that really, I don't know why people have these misconceptions, but they do. We've already covered number one about open source projects having an unlimited number of contributors. Theoretically, of course, that's true. But not all people who use open source are inclined to contribute to it or even qualified to contribute to it. So the number of contributors is actually much smaller than you realize. The other thing is, when we talk about open source sustainability, often the answer is, well, if you could just attract enough contributors, then that'll solve the problem. Well, that's not exactly true either, because there's sort of a very specific balance that you need to achieve in terms of the contributors for an open source project. Usually the original creator of the open source project has the vision, has the sort of philosophy of what they're trying to build. It takes quite a bit of time for them to communicate a lot of that to folks that want to contribute. And while they're doing that, it's almost as if they're having to train or mentor people in that process. And so as you bring on more contributors, it actually puts more of a burden on the original maintainer. And many of these original maintainers are not interested in mentoring others. They're interested in writing code, right? Because they know what the vision is and they know what they want to build. And so if you all of a sudden onboarded like a team of 10 contributors to their project, it probably wouldn't actually help. It'd probably make the original maintainer just more frustrated and more likely to quit. Open source projects follow different rules than commercial software projects. This is absolutely not the case. An open source project is still a product. It's still, is governed by the same standard market viability, market fit kind of criteria that any product is going to be measured by. People often think too that there is a business model which satisfies the needs of all open source projects, like single sort of magic silver bullet solution. This is absolutely not the case. Every project is different. Every maintainer is different in terms of what they need. So of course, there is not a single business model that's going to work for everyone. Being in the Microsoft ecosystem, of course, this is where we hear a lot of the messaging. And so we feel like, maybe sustainability is more difficult in the Microsoft ecosystem. Based on my experience on researching other open source ecosystems, the grass is not greener elsewhere. All open source ecosystems suffer from the sustainability challenge. They all have challenges creating viable business models. They all have challenges attracting contributors and the right types of contributors. This is not something that's specific to the Microsoft ecosystem. And then the last thing I would mention is that sometimes project maintainers believe that changing a product license is a business model unto itself, meaning they have a product and it's licensed under a particular open source license, and they decide that they want to change that license to a different open source license or perhaps a commercial license. That is not necessarily a business model, right? There's a lot more that goes into building a viable and sustainable business than just changing the license to a particular piece of IP. And so that's also a myth that I believe too many people might have. And so as a maintainer, it sometimes feels like you're living the definition of insanity. Essentially, you're doing the same thing over and over and you're expecting different results, but of course, you're not going to get any different results unless you look at your project or your community in a different way. And I guess a quote that I once saw is, open source is kind of like consulting, where clients ask you to create brilliant solutions to really complicated problems, but in this case, you don't get paid. I don't know very many successful consultants that don't get paid. However, this seems to be the way that the industry looks at open source for some reason, and it's really quite astounding. So sometimes it's important to look in the mirror and say, why are you investing time in open source? Like, what are you trying to get from this? And of course, there's not a single answer, and the answer to this question changes over time, because often in the beginning, you're just a solo developer. You love writing code. You've come up with a clever solution to something. You feel like you don't have the resources to commercialize it. And so you release it as an open source project. And you're looking for maybe feedback about the project. Do other people think it's really cool as well? Do other people want to use it? Of course, as time goes on, your feelings about your open source project may change, and you may start to feel that, is it really worth your time? But again, it's like, it's each individual person has to understand why they're investing time in open source and whether they should be spending that time on something else. I think the other thing that you need to think about is, in your sort of core DNA, what are you? Like, are you an inventor? Are you primarily a technologist? Do you love building solutions? Or are you also an entrepreneur, right? Where you were looking for ways to solve business problems and perhaps ways that you can actually generate revenue off of your solutions. These are very different mindsets. And I find that many open source maintainers fall into the inventor category, right? They love creating brilliant solutions, but they really don't want to think much about what it would take to build a successful business around that. And that's why they got into open source to begin with. But it's also later why they've set themselves up maybe for some challenges. Of course, on the left-hand side, we've got Tim Berners-Lee, who created the World Wide Web. Famously, never tried to make any money off of it, and is, I think, a university professor today. Although he's, of course, very famous for his invention. And of course, then you've got Elon Musk, who has managed to make a whole lot of money by building interesting solutions, and of course has a very revenue-focused approach. So let's talk a little bit about monetizing open source. So developers would like to be compensated for the work they perform on open source. Why not? I mean, I've been doing open source for a long time. I would love to be compensated for the work that I do. I think the challenging part here is the way that this is often phrased is it comes from developers who are frustrated, right? Their projects have become successful, popular, and they're not seeing any benefit from their creation. And so they believe that they are entitled to make some money off of it. Seems reasonable. But I think that this is where you have to, again, take a step back and think about things just from a very logical perspective. Like, what do people pay money for? Well, they pay money for products or services that they need, which are not available for free elsewhere. Okay, open source is free, so you've got to skip down to number 2 then. If there is a free alternative, then they'll pay for additional benefits such as support, insurance features, sponsorship. You know, they'll pay for extra things that are added that are not free. So are you willing to maybe add some additional benefits to your open source projects? A lot of open source maintainers are not. That's all they want to do is just work on their open source project. And so maybe that would be, they would have to skip by that one as well. So people also pay money for investments and for gambling. But the underlying motivation here is they actually are looking for a return on investment, right? They're looking to invest $1 so that they can make $1, right? So that they can actually generate revenue themselves. So is this a way that an open source maintainer can kind of look for an opportunity? Probably not. And the last thing that people pay money for, charitable donations, right? If they feel altruistic and they want to help, they will make charitable donations to a cause. However, often they will not make charitable donations unless that organization is a registered charitable organization. Because if they make a charitable donation to an organization such as that, it can be a tax deduction for them. If it's just a random donation to somebody, it's not tax deductible. And so, again, unless you've set yourself up as a registered charitable organization, it's sometimes very difficult, actually, for people to be able to donate money to you as a charitable donation. So, I mean, these are like 4 categories that people pay money for. And I'm not sure how an open source maintainer who's just maintaining a single open source project and not providing any benefits falls into any of these categories. So this is where things like GitHub sponsors, where GitHub has provided the ability to, invest in open source projects, meaning investing in open source project contributors or maintainers that are working on those projects. They're designed so that people can make basically charitable donations to them. But like we've already talked about, charitable donations are not really a sustainable revenue model. It's not something that's going to make recurring revenue. It's going to, and probably the vast majority of people are not going to be motivated to donate. Anyway, this has been my experience. I tried the donation route multiple times in the past, and it was never a sustainable revenue model. And I guess one example was in the .NET Nuke open source project. We tried to even organize something that was even a little bit more elaborate than just standard donations. We created what was called the benefactor program. It had 4 different levels in it, and the benefactor levels actually provided benefits to the users of the open source project. And even that program was quite limited in how successful it was in attracting people to basically make donations to the project at different levels. And so where I think that, some people, it's in an engineer or a software developer's nature to kind of skip by some of these sort of fundamental facts about what people pay money for and immediately go straight to building a solution around it, right? Like let's build a solution that makes it easier for people to submit donations. But they forget that that still doesn't fix the underlying problem that not very many people want to make donations at all, right? It's just not a big enough motivator. And in fact, a lot of people will only donate if they can actually make a charitable donation that's a tax write-off. So anyways, that brings us more to other types of commercialization opportunities around open source. And so this notion of open source and open for business. Sometimes it seems like a bit of a paradox, like these two things don't go together. But in fact, I guess what I'll try to explain as we go through this presentation is that these things actually go together quite well, and they do make a lot of sense. So this is often referred to as commercial open source, or COSS. And there's a couple of different approaches that I've seen to this. One approach, which is much more rare, and it's usually only taken by people who have a pretty deep understanding of open source and also have an entrepreneurial mindset, is they will create an open source project with commercial intents in mind. So they'll leverage the distribution and marketing channels that are available through open source, which is one of their big strengths, to create adoption around a product which they intend to commercialize. So that's more of a proactive approach, and that is not the normal approach when it comes to starting an open source project. But it is an approach which I would say is probably more effective because you actually have a plan. What's more common, however, is this reactive approach, where a developer really hasn't thought about what would happen if their project became successful. They just have a cool idea. They release it as an open source project. They don't have a business plan. They have no plan to monetize it. And that's going to be a problem if this project becomes successful. Because the reality is, would you start a business without a business plan? When you create an open source project, there is a potential that it could be quite successful and that you will have to think about it as if it were a business. And so if you don't have a plan, you risk becoming a victim of your own success. So the question is, like, how can you assess the popularity of your product before you release it, right? And so how do you know that your product might become a viable business opportunity in the future? And so this is a bit of a challenge. And this is where, you really do still need to do some research on the market to determine, are there competitors in this space? How is your product going to be different? Are you doing something that's super innovative? All of these types of questions would lead you to conclude whether or not perhaps, this is going to be successful and you should be thinking about it as a business, or it's maybe only going to be an interesting little utility that a few people are going to use, and that's fine. But if you have to think about things as a business model, there is a set of well-defined sort of business models that have been established over time for commercial open source projects. I've used a car analogy here because I find that it's very easy for people to understand this sort of relationship between open source and commercialization. So in the middle, I have professional services. That's the highway. That's the road, right? Professional services is always an option when you have a open source project, right? You can offer consulting assistance around the project. So that is a revenue model unto itself. And of course, you can have just your open source project with nothing else supporting it, and you can still do professional services around it. If we move on to the second one, extensions and tools. So you can build value-added extensions around your projects, and you can make those available as commercial add-ons. And so with that I mean, those products could make revenue, and so that could provide a sustainable revenue model for your open source project potentially. The next option here is a marketplace. So if you've built a platform and you might expect other developers to be able to build extensions for your platform as well, then perhaps you could build a marketplace that allows people to list their extensions and make them available to other consumers in the community. And that marketplace could generate some revenue for all of the different transactions that are going on within the ecosystem. That's another viable open source revenue model. Going down to the bottom row here, dual licensing is also another option. And I'm going to talk a little bit about dual licensing in a minute, but it's essentially offering the same project under multiple licenses. Open core is a business model that has probably been most popular in the last 10 years or so. And essentially what it is taking an open source project, adding a bunch of proprietary functionality to it, packaging that up as a different sort of version of the project, and making that available as a commercial product. So that is open core. And then last but not least, we have the managed service, which would be selling infrastructure services around the open source project. For example, hosting services if it was a web-based application, right? So you would be able to charge for the consumption of the service in order to run the application. So there's 7 different commercial open source revenue models here. Not all of them are applicable to all types of open source projects. It really depends on the project and the community and the types of users that you have. But these are probably the most common revenue models that are used for open source today. You'll notice that a lot of those kind of fall into the same category, which is they treat the open source project as the enabler, and they give that away for free. And then they charge for the consumption of things around the open source project, right? That could be consulting, that could be extensions, that could be infrastructure services, right? So that's the consumption. And I would argue that like even a company like Microsoft, right, gives away a lot of their core frameworks today for free under an open source license, and they charge for the consumption via Azure, right? So they are even following an open source business model. So that's a pretty good proof point. I'd say it's also important to note that, like I said earlier, there's not like a silver bullet. So there's not a single revenue model that works for all open source projects. More than likely, a company will have to adopt multiple business models as part of their strategy. So they'll probably have to do consulting and sell some extensions, or consulting and have a marketplace, or you'll have to explore multiple revenue opportunities as part of your open source project to create a sustainable business around it. And this is a slide which tries to describe sort of the commercial open source life cycle for a project and how you would build a business around it. And it tries to categorize projects as being in different stages. So being the hobby stage, and then once it gets some adoption, it sort of has built a community around it. And then perhaps you would like to try to build a revenue model around it that's sustainable. And that's where you kind of cross the chasm into the commercial stage, which is the professional and enterprise realm. And I've tied these to revenue generating opportunities that exist as part of the different models. So if you have a hobby project and you don't have a lot of adoption, then you can probably try to rely on donations, advertising, sponsorships, things of that nature. This will provide you some very minimal cash flow. But the nice thing about it is it's passive revenue, right? You'll get money and you won't have to give out any additional service. You can continue just focusing on your open source project. The problem is it's not really scalable, and it's probably not going to allow you to focus on your project in a serious way. Once the project's got more adoption and you have a community around it, then the professional services opportunity kicks in, right? Because there's probably going to be clients that have heard about it and they want to implement it and they need help. So then you can offer some professional services. You could also offer training services around it. The challenge here is that this can provide cash flow, but it's very labor intensive. And so instead of focusing on building your open source product, you're going to be focusing on building specific implementations for your clients. And those are not necessarily going to match up with the needs of the open source project. And of course, as this scales, you need to add more resources to do more consulting. So that's not always a scalable model either. If you're lucky enough to be able to get to this sort of higher level of adoption, right? It opens up a new opportunity where you could have a commercial product. That commercial product needs to be licensed in some way, right? So whether that's dual licensing, open core licensing, you have a marketplace, or you have managed services around it, right? This can provide cash flow around the open source project, right? Without necessarily providing a direct correlation to the labor that's involved. And you can also start to build equity as a business around the company that is, providing the open source commercial product. And then last but not least, if you're lucky enough to get to the enterprise realm where you just have such massive adoption, you could entertain venture capital, right? And at that point, you're in a completely different realm, because I would say that venture-backed companies operate in a completely different way. They're not necessarily so cash flow focused. They're more growth focused, and that's a completely different focus. I've included a little table here about the success probability factors for open source projects because, like I said earlier, not every project has the ability to become sustainable or introduce revenue or business models. So I've broken this down into sort of 5 different categories, right? So based on project type, project age, the size of the market that your open source project occupies, who the target buyer is, and the amount of competition that exists in your space. And so I'm saying here basically that if your project is a library, meaning it's like really low in the technology stack where no one even really knows it exists, even though it's a critical dependency, the fact that it's so deep down the tool chain means it's going to be difficult to create a revenue model around it. Also, if your project is too new, right, it just hasn't had enough time to have adoption, it doesn't have much maturity, it's going to be difficult to build a business model around it. If the market that you're targeting is super small, right, that's also going to make it more difficult to attract clients. If your target buyer is SMB, right, obviously SMB has much less money to spend on technology solutions at enterprise. So again, it's going to limit your ability to be successful. And competition, right? If there's an abundance of competition in your space that are doing similar things, it's going to be hard to be successful. These are just basic product market fit criteria. And like I said earlier, just because it's open source and you can, release it as open source and people can use it, doesn't mean that you can ignore these success probability factors. And so these are the things you need to be thinking about before you contemplate getting serious about an open source project. I already mentioned the fact that services, meaning consulting services or professional services, are always a revenue option, right, for open source projects. They can be complementary, meaning, you will be able to attract customers based on your open source project. You will be able to generate some revenue. You'll even be able to gather some insights on how those customers are using the product. And in fact, it might even reveal some interesting usage patterns that you had not considered that you can then emphasize in the open source project. So these are all very big positives in terms of having professional services offering around your product. But like I said, the downside is this can be a big distraction, right? Because as you add more clients, they're going to be expecting you to be focusing on their specific business problems, and you'll have less and less time to focus on the general product development of your open source project. So this is just something to be aware of. So let's shift gears a bit here, and we're going to talk a bit about open source software licensing. I think that this is an area that a lot of people just gloss over, right? They take dependencies on open source projects. They might know, they might have heard of a few of the most popular open source software licenses, but they just kind of take it all for granted. But it is kind of important to understand how open source software licensing works. The OSI is a nonprofit foundation that was created in 1998 and is the steward of the open source definition. And so the open source definition is basically a set of criteria that all true open source licenses need to adhere to in order to live up to the characteristics of being an open source project. And this is not just, free redistribution of a project, right? There's a lot of other aspects of criteria that are part of the open source definition. There's a number of different open source licenses which satisfy this criteria, and they generally fall into two different categories: permissive and non-permissive. Permissive licenses have almost no restrictions on usage. So these are licenses like the MIT license or the BSD license, or even to some extent the Apache 2 license, right? These are very permissive licenses. Then there's non-permissive licenses. And so non-permissive licenses still adhere to the open source definition, but they have some restrictions to them. The most famous being the GPL license and its copyleft restrictions. And so people, or mainly like large corporations, enterprises, feel comfortable adopting open source projects that utilize standard open source licenses. So licenses that adhere to the open source definition. They feel comfortable with them because they've been tried and true for decades, and the rights that they receive through these licenses are very, very clear. They know that they're not going to have to deal with legal ramifications related to those types of licenses. One thing that's not super clear is this notion of dual licensing. And so in a dual license scenario, a single piece of IP, so a software product, is offered under multiple licenses. And this is completely possible. The copyright holder can decide to do this. So what they can do is they can say, okay, this piece of IP that I've created is available under a permissive open source license, and it's also available under a commercial license. And as a user, you have the ability to choose which license you're interested in. This is different than what's being called, I guess, a split license. A split license is an open source license that has additional restriction clauses that have been added to it that basically say, you can use this open source project up until you are a certain size or you're making a certain amount of revenue, and then you're subject to this other commercial license. So in this sense, split licenses are not open source licenses. Even though they might have open source licenses that are embedded as part of them for lower usage tiers, but really these are custom licenses. And in this case, it's not an either or choice for the user. If they choose to use this, then they are, really, depending on their usage, they're going to be subject to commercial restrictions at some point. So this is the most common permissive open source license, which is the MIT license. And so just taking a close look, like the MIT license is very basic, right? This is the entire license, as opposed to some other open source licenses, which are a lot more elaborate. But it's important to kind of break this down so you understand everything that this license is saying. So, it always includes like a copyright notice, which basically is telling you who created this IP, right? Who owns it and who has the right to change the terms of its usage. And then it tells you, how you can use this IP. So the freedoms that it offers, and you'll notice that this MIT license has almost no restrictions on the ways that can be used. Other open source licenses like the GPL would have additional restrictions. The MIT license also has an attribution requirement, right? So it has an attribution requirement which says, like, if you use this open source software, you can't remove the copyright notice from the source code, right? You don't need to display it on, public-facing implementations of the software. You just can't go in and remove the copyright notice from the source code as it's provided to you. So that's what an attribution notice is. So you basically can't obfuscate the fact that you didn't create the IP. But then last but not least is this other last section here, which talks about the warranty, right? Related to this open source product. And if you look closely, it basically says there are no business assurances that are being offered with this license. You're truly using it at your own risk, right? No one is responsible if something goes wrong with this software product, right? That if anything goes wrong, it's your problem. You're going to have to deal with it, right? And this is where it kind of creates an opportunity for open source maintainers to provide business assurances around open source. Because business often needs to mitigate risks, right? So they need to figure out ways that they can manage their risk profile. And so, like, some of the top risks that people identify or businesses identify related to open source, right, is dealing with security or legal concerns. This would be related to, of course, licensing or, people suing and saying that their IP was included in an open source project and they didn't have the right to it. Contributing to open source, keeping track of open source IP that they're using in their environments, avoiding wasted time on customizations to open source projects, avoiding license compliance issues, staying current on latest versions, making safe bets, right? So choosing the right open source projects and avoiding security vulnerabilities. So this is a whole set of risks that users of open source products identify as things that they worry about. I think another thing that's been talked about a lot in the last 2 to 3 years is software supply chain management. So this includes all of the different dependencies that are part of your supply chain as far as your IT infrastructure is concerned. And so this would include hardware, software, and all of the different components that are involved. And not just the components, but also the people who are responsible for those components. And so you'll realize as you sort of inventory your infrastructure, you will have taken dependency on a lot of open source projects. Those projects are maintained by probably 1 or 2 people. What would happen if one or two of those folks decided to stop maintaining their open source project and no one was able to pick it up? Well, that's going to cause a problem for you because you've got a dependency on it. And so this notion of supply chain management has been a hot topic. It's probably been more a hot topic because in recent years, there's been some security vulnerabilities in some pretty low-level infrastructure open source projects that ended up being so widespread that they affected a whole lot of users. And that brought the whole subject to the surface, like that we're not managing our software supply chain very effectively. This visualization here is of a typical React software application and the 1,600 dependencies that are installed when you use React, right? It's insane, right? It's insane how many dependencies that you're taking on when you use some of these high-level frameworks. So one thing that a open source software maintainer can do is they can provide business assurance around their open source project. And they can do that by providing a commercial version of their product. And the benefit of that commercial version is it obviously tries to mitigate some of the risks that are present if the client was using the open source version. So there's a long list of benefits that you could actually provide as part of a commercial open source offering, right? Obviously, you can provide a commercial license, which would provide some kind of an SLA, right? Like a throat to choke. So basically, if something goes wrong with this product, the person who purchased that product can reach out to somebody and they can get that problem resolved. That is not possible with a standard open source product with an open source license. Perhaps the company can do additional testing and provide more of a tested and certified build of that product release than they would provide through the standard open source channel. They can do better management of the dependencies of the product, or at least make their clients aware of the dependencies and the licenses that those dependencies are available under. You can have prioritized support. So instead of requiring people to, post publicly in an open forum about the challenges they're having, they can have a private communication channel with specific SLAs about the amount of time that they have to wait to get a professional response. You could provide documentation. You can provide security updates, notifications of product updates, ways to simplify upgrades. You can indemnify the product from copyright violations so that your clients are also indemnified in case these types of legal issues come up. You can offer commercial extensions, and of course, you can offer consulting services and training and certifications. So there's a whole lot of commercial benefits that you can provide around an open source project. I think the other thing that you have to keep in mind is your open source community doesn't necessarily need to only be representative of its free user base, right? You can have paying customers. And in fact, those paying customers are providing the sustainability for your project, and they're probably also providing you insights into usage patterns and things of the software that people aren't willing to share publicly. And so there's a lot of value there. And there's absolutely no reason why you can't segment your community and have two different types of users. The challenging part of sort of spinning up a business and creating a revenue model like I've just described is you have to create a business. And there's a whole lot that goes into creating a viable business. So this section is all about business operational requirements, right? So I've just gone through this myself in the last 2 to 3 months, and it's not, and I'm not there yet, right? Like, so it takes a significant amount of time and effort to spin up a business, to add insurance, to protect your IP, to create licensing, to come up with license agreements, to come up with a licensing model to enforce usage, to be able to track product usage so you know who's using your product, to do marketing, lead generation, have a sales pipeline, have a way that people can purchase your product, offer support, right? There's a whole lot to this, and it takes resources, both money and personnel, to be able to deliver on some of these things. And so that's what you have to be prepared for to get serious about your open source project. However, I guess the plus side is if things work out, then you will be able to create a sustainable revenue model around it. Based on some of my experiences in the past, I do like to kind of shed some light on a few unexpected aspects of creating a business around open source as well. And that is around the market size and conversion. So obviously demand generation is a critical aspect to any business. And in open source, because you're making your open source product available free of charge, anyone can download it, that has the potential to create a lot of demand, right? So there's a lot of folks that are going to kick the tires, so to speak, of your open source project. The problem is you can't get too enamored with the vanity metrics like downloads, because a lot of those people who are kicking the tires have no real reason to try out your product. Like they're kicking the tires only to walk away. They're not serious users. And so if you start to think about, your conversion ratio based on your vanity metrics, you're going to be super disappointed. So in .NET Nuke, when we raised venture capital, at that point we had around 8 million downloads. That's seems like a pretty big number. And we were thinking, even if we could get like 5%, that would be a lot of commercial customers. If we could get 1%, that's still a lot of commercial customers. Reality is we sold 4,000 licenses, commercial licenses of .NET Nuke, which equates to 0.05% conversion ratio. And so this is just something to be aware of, that big download numbers, like for example, if you have an open source project and you're looking at your NuGet downloads and there, you have millions and millions of downloads, it is really not an indicator that your project is going to be able to make money. You need to dig deeper. Usage metrics are important. And so you really need to find a way to be able to engage with your community to try and tease out actual usage metrics, right? Something that's like downloads is not a good usage metric. You need something that actually identifies that someone is truly using your product. And then based on those kind of metrics, you'll be able to actually do some kind of analysis. You'll be able to do some predictive forecasting. The problem that I see in this area is that over time, what seems to have happened is open source infrastructure services, such as GitHub, have created a whole lot of interesting tools that allow open source projects to manage their communities. And the problem is they don't provide access to the data, right? They give access to the vanity metrics. They don't give access to the usage data that would be valuable to you. And so by using those services, you are walking away from probably all of the useful data that you need to make wise business decisions. It would be great because GitHub is making a ton of money. It would be great if they provided some more of this data to open source maintainers, because the only other alternative is to spin up some of your own infrastructure. So for example, if you had your own hosted discussion forum to engage with the community, as opposed to using GitHub discussions, right? There would be a lot of very valuable data that you would be able to collect through your own installation of a forum to find out who's saying what, how many users are really active, like really interesting metrics you're not going to get from GitHub, right? So these are the types of things that you need to think about in terms of spinning up your own services if you really want to get serious about building a business around open source. Another topic would be hypergrowth, and of course this is a bit of an anomaly. There's not that many open source projects that get to the level of adoption where they can attract venture capital. I guess, but those who do have been quite successful. So between January 2020 and August 2022, there was a lot of funding that went into commercial open source. And of course, this isn't representative of just the Microsoft ecosystem, right? This is all software ecosystems, but $24 billion of venture capital funding went into commercial open source over that time frame. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of investment. And then if we look at some of the largest open source based companies, and these are companies that use open source software at their core, right? They're not leveraging open source software as part of a service offering, so to speak. These are actual companies that maintain open source projects and provide services around them. These are some pretty huge valuations, right? Like $28 billion for Databricks and $22 billion for MongoDB. And, there is a lot of value that can be created by very large open source projects. Like I mentioned earlier, venture capital is an interesting beast. It definitely favors high growth over profitability, especially in the early stages. And investment can provide sustainability for an open source project, right? You'd be able to add additional resources to help sustain your project. Certainly, this is the path that we took with .NET Nuke, and we were able to commercialize and, I would say, harden the open source product that we had by having access to venture capital. However, though, I would also say that venture capital doesn't always create a sustainable business, right? It can create high growth, but that growth might not last forever. The other thing that I noticed as part of my experience in a venture-backed open source software company is you start to have to cater to additional stakeholders as well. Typically, once you have a commercial open source product, then you have a sales team and a marketing team. And what tends to happen is, those sales team members are incentivized by selling software. So they start to view the free users of the open source version as freeloaders, right? And this leads to some pretty heated internal discussions between those folks that perhaps were the original founders of the open source project and the more commercially focused sales team. And sometimes that starts to lead to compromises, which starts to affect the open source project and alienate its community. Similarly, on the other side, you're going to have investors now on board. This is a whole new type of stakeholder who's a shareholder in the value that you're creating through the company. And so, of course, they are very revenue motivated and they want to see revenue growth. And over time, the partners that you viewed early on as being essential to providing sort of the extra services to enable adoption of your open source projects, people like hosting providers and others who clients wouldn't have been successful in adopting your project without, the company starts to view those partners as competitors because they start to view the broader set of business opportunities around the open source project, and they see that they're not active in all of those areas and that there's other folks who are making money and perhaps they should be making money there. And so this starts to pit the company against some of its original partners because they start to view them as competitors. And this also creates challenges and sometimes ends up with partners exiting your ecosystem altogether, which may or may not cause problems for the long-term adoption of your open source project. I think a good example of this, so lately there is a bit of a movement over the last couple of years for this, a new type of license that's called the Business Source License, the BSL. The BSL is a source available license, meaning it does not adhere to the open source definition. It allows people to, view and use the code, but it places limitations on how you can use that code to create a business. And really the idea here is that it creates restrictions on that IP so that people could not use that IP to create competitive service offerings. And so the BSL is used by a lot of these large commercial open source vendors that have venture capital funding or are public companies. These are companies like HashiCorp, MongoDB, Redis Labs, Cockroach Labs, Confluent, Sentry. Once they've reached a certain level, like a certain size, of course they are very revenue focused. And what they are most concerned about is the very large stakeholders that are in the IT industry, such as Google, Microsoft, and others, utilizing their open source product to create competitive service offerings that they then have to sell against, right? And so in order to restrict that, they put limitations on the way that their IP can be used. This has become a hot topic recently because HashiCorp recently introduced this around Terraform. So Terraform is a very popular technology that's being used in CI/CD deployments. A lot of companies got on board with using Terraform. Microsoft even jumped on board with using Terraform and provides service offerings that include Terraform. And I think HashiCorp decided that we need to be able to at least take advantage of the IP that we're creating and not have to face competition on all sides from other folks. So that's why this business source license has been introduced, and it's going to be interesting to see how this affects the open source software industry in general. So I'd say that the path to open source sustainability is challenging, right? Like I've described that there's a lot of business models that are possible. They've even been proven over time that they can be successful, but it's not easy. It involves a lot of work to convert an open source project in a way that makes it generate revenue and provide sustainability. And of course, this is a photo of Don Quixote and the famous tilting at windmills. And so the question here is, does your project have what it takes? I think and like I said earlier, not every project has the ability to become a viable commercial open source project and provide sustainability for itself. But at least you need to think about it and have all of the facts and really analyze it before you just throw it out there and perhaps create a bigger challenge for yourself as an open source maintainer. And so I like to say, ask not what open source can do for you, ask what you can contribute to open source. Ultimately, open source is successful based on the contributions of many people, and the more contributions to open source, the better. Thank you.
Wow. It's even better the third time I've watched it. I watched it when you did it last year, I think, and then I rewatched the video, and it's just, there's so much in that. It's pretty incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that it was good to do it in January and then get a lot of feedback because I incorporated a lot of other aspects to it in this presentation, things that were not covered in the last one.
Check a quick look, see if there are any comments. Outside of great video, I think that was it. Thanks again, Sean, for doing 2 talks for us this time. We're going to have to find a way to package up that video and just make it required reading for anyone that wants to create a replay.
Just replay. Yeah.
Oh,
thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for coming, Sean, again. Thanks for helping me out with this, Kevin, and for everyone out there, thank you. Look forward to the next one, December 12th. Have a great night, day, evening, morning.
Take care.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.